Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to inform that our first session will start soon, so please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to inform that our first session will start soon, so please kindly proceed to your seat. Thank you. Greeting His Excellency, Honorable Delegate, and distinguished guests, welcome back to the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022. Today, we're going to have a keynote address and a panel discussion, followed by each session from our speakers, moderator, and panelists from various industries in Cambodia. To begin our agenda, I would like to start our first session on the Digital Government Forums by invite His Excellency Dr. Sein Sophiep, President of Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology, and our panelists to be on stage for a panel discussion. Please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the panel discussion session on digital government. And we're grateful this morning to have you with us this morning on a Sunday morning. And to kick off these panel discussions, I would like to invite His Excellency Chies Raiwat, the Secretary General of the Digital Government Committees, give a kick-off presentation on the digital government policy of Cambodia. Excellency, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, His Excellency Dr. Saint Supip. Good morning, His and Her Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Today it is my pleasure to share with you our digital government policy. I will start first with our vision. The vision of our Cambodia digital government policy is to make our citizens happy. So how we can make our citizens happy? We aim to provide the digital public service end-to-end. It means that our citizens sooner can request digitally and receive the result digitally without traveling. We put the digital government into 5 different levels. The first level we call e-government. So currently we are on the first level. E-government, it means that every ministry, they are going to provide the public service in a digital way, offline way, and this will be operate silo. The second level of the digital government we call open the government, where the government is going to receive the feedback from the citizen, interact, and get the information from the citizen. The second level we call data-centric government, where we are going to collect and interconnect all data in one single place, which is aimed to use for the future decision. The third level, the fourth level, we consider the digital government is fully transformed, and we can use and manage all the data. In this level, it means that every ministry is fully interconnected. For example, if you would like to request a public service that need to be provided by 3 or 5 ministries, you don't have to run around anymore. You can request digitally from one single place. The back end of the system connect to each other, and you can receive the result digitally at where you request through the portal. This is what we call fully transformed digital government. And the last stage of digital government, which is considered as the 5th level, we call the smart government. Or today, we use the big term called data-driven digital government, which means we are not going to define the strategy based on the imagination anymore. We define the strategy based on the data that we have in our hand. Because by using the data, we can easily define the goal and strategy in the correct way, and the rate of the success could be more than 90%. Again, the vision of the digital government is to improve our citizens' life. We are willing to make our citizens happy by bringing the trust digital service. As I mentioned above, it's the end-to-end digital public service. In order to achieve this vision, we need to build the smart digital government, the 5th level, where we leverage the digital infrastructure and technology as the ecosystem, so that our government employee can provide the digital public service in a transparent manner. I believe everyone needs a transparency and the credible manner, so that our citizen will be happy. So the goal is to make our citizen happy. To achieve this objective, we define 4 main strategic goals. We start by building the infrastructure as the foundation. You know, it costs a lot of money to build the infrastructure, but this is where we have to start with. Secondly, we are going to build the digital public service. We build infrastructure, then digital public service. Thirdly, in order to consume the digital public service, we know some of our citizens are not ready, so we are going to do the capacity building and bring the innovation which can bring the very high adoption rate. And the last strategic goal is to promote the partnership with the private sector, because we know that we cannot do this alone, and it will be very slow if we do this alone. Totally, we got 10 strategy and 83 action plan, but I'm not going to show today because I don't think everyone can easily remember. So I just focus on the main things. Here's our roadmap. By 2025, we want to finish building the foundation. So it means that you got the connectivity data center that you can use around the country. By 2030, we would like to have fully interconnected digital government, where our citizens can get the digital public service easily, just one-stop public service through the portal, request digitally and receive the result digitally. By 2035, our government is going to define the strategy based on data-driven. So it means that the success rate will be very high on every single strategy that we put on the ground. We think if we use data to define strategy, we can achieve the goal at least 90% minimum. If we can complete all the strategy above, this is the overall picture. There are three main entities that we are going to serve. The first one is the citizen. We always focus on our citizen first. Here you call G4C. It means government for citizen. We are going to provide digital public service to make our citizens happy. At the same time, we are going to provide the training and do the capacity building. We are not going to forget the second entity, G2B, government to business, where we are going to facilitate our business people's life by providing them the digital taxation, public procurement, and also company registration, anything related to the company. The third entity is the government. How can the digital government of Cambodia support other government entity? You know, currently every ministry in Cambodia, they try to do the software on their own. They do it solely. And we know that there are the same need, the same requirement that happen in every ministry. So the question is that, why is still doing this? So the mission of digital government is to bring what is the common problem and solve it together. Here we see HR management system could be one system that we can scale out to the national level and let every ministry use it. The second one is e-document management system, or you can so say like document approval system. It is what we need to bring on national scale. In order to serve these three entities, it is very important that we got digital infrastructure, where we have our data center to serve every ministry. They can put the data. And at the same time, we need to make sure all data are stored securely and we can protect the privacy of our citizens. To achieve everything that I show on the board here, we define our master plan, which is supported by law and regulation. And to make it concrete, we got the KPI every year, or you can say annual action plan. So I stop here a little bit. Today, I can tell you that we have a great Cambodia digital government policy. But the problem, it is still on the paper. How can we bring it to the real world? Before I joined the government, I used to see many government policy, which is designed for 5 years and 10 years. And they do it again after another 5 years. So the question is, how can we make it different today? How can we make it real? So that we are not going to do the same policy in the next 5 years. I think we need to operate differently. We need to learn from the history, learn from the failure, and operate it a bit different way. So, our work team decided to operate our digital government in the enterprise way. You know that in the government we got a lot of meeting. And the reason that we got the meeting because we would like to move the task forward. So in our digital government, we are not going to rely on the meeting anymore. Every member have their KPI and their milestone, like the private sector. We need to bring the speed with the agility. And to compromise to this board, we decide to define our first 12-month action plan. I will mention only 3 items in our first 12-month roadmap. The first one is we will bring the paperless to Cambodia digital government by the end of 2023. It means we will make the digital copy have the same value as the hard copy with the physical stamp. Secondly, we are going to bring digital ID. It means that every citizen is going to have one digital ID that they can log on to get the digital public service. And the fourth one is we are going to put Cambodia to the map. The third one, we are going to put Cambodia to the map by doing the co-sourcing model. What does it mean? It means that today we do a lot of outsourcing. We send the money to abroad. And we let the foreigner to do the system for us. But today, we are not going to do this anymore. We are going to do the co-sourcing. It means we are going to co-develop together the system with the outsider country. We did this model with Singapore government on one project that I cannot share yet, where the Singapore government play a role as the project manager, I myself play a role as the solution architect, and 50% of developer from Cambodia, 50% of developer from Singapore. So we are not going to get the training and learn from them anymore. We co-sourcing, we develop together with the same level. I will end my presentation today by here. Thank you.
So thank you much for the keynote presentations. Without further delays, I would like to invite our distinguished panelists on stage. I will start from my left side, His Excellency Dr. Tan Gun Lee, the Executive Director of Digital Startup Center, please. We also have Mr. Vuong Theo Kiat, the Country Director of Capstar. Please welcome Mr. Vuong. Thirdly, we have Mr. Eric Conrad, the Regional Managing Director of the Public Sector of ASEAN of AWS. With us this morning, we'll have Excellency Boon Heng, the Director of Function and Resources of Ministry of Interior. Last but not least, you can see Kiesaiwat, the Secretary General of the Digital Government Committees. So I'm honored today to be the moderator of these digital government forums. My name is Sophip I'm from the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. We are a research and education institution specialized in digital technology. We provide digital skill training to both student and government officials. We also conduct research and promote innovation. Our startup booth is in the exhibition area. Please visit us after the sessions. So, to start our conversations, I would have our panelists to briefly introduce yourself and the organization that you represent this morning. You can start by Sraiwat.
Yes, thank you, His Excellency Dr. Sen Supip. Currently, I am the General Secretary of State of Cambodia Digital Government Committee. I never worked with the government before. Today is my, I would say, 60 days that I joined the government. In the past 20 years, I have been working in the ICT sector. I used to work for Google, Microsoft, and own one international software development firm, and used to be the local partner of AWS as well. We deliver the software to the globe, like Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Hong Kong, and Europe. And my latest job before I joined the government is the Enterprise Solution Director for Microsoft, for Digital Bank, and Digital Government for Cambodia and Laos. Thank you.
My name is Buon Heng. I'm working for the Ministry of Interior as the Director of Function and Resource Department. I am also holding another position as the Deputy Secretary General of the General Secretariat of Solid Waste Management Committee. In my role as Director of Department of Function and Resource, I am responsible for supporting the local administrations in three main areas. The first one is in the implementation of functions that are transferred from the national level to the local administration. And second one, I am supporting the local administration in setting up One Windows Service Office model to improve administrative service delivery at the local level. And the last one, I also support the local governments for complaint mediation for the local ombudsman. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Conrad. I'm the Regional Managing Director for Public Sector across ASEAN at Amazon Web Services. We focus on working with public sector organizations in central government, healthcare, nonprofit, and other organizations, education, to help drive better efficiency, innovation, and ultimately better digital services to our citizens and end customers. We work with the countries across ASEAN, focusing on the national priorities that they have and making sure that we are helping them deliver what they're setting out to do. And I'm quite excited by the vision that was painted earlier for Cambodia. We're very much aligned with that vision. The whole process of moving through those 5 stages reflects a maturity path, an evolution, if you like, that everyone goes through, that we've worked with many, many governments. And we're delighted to be able to support you and work with you during that process. So delighted to be here, look forward to the discussion.
Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Wong Duquette. I'm the country director for Capstar Data Centers. I'm actually very happy also to say that 2 days ago we have a groundbreaking to build our Tier 3 data center. Now myself, I have 30 years of experience in data centers, managed services, business continuity, cybersecurity, and so on. Right? I have been based in Singapore for many years, so I want to bring all these processes, experiences into Cambodia. Now, I heard about the policy standard and so on, and back in Singapore, I'm also the chairman for the data center chapter in the Singapore Computer Society. So I'm also part of the working committee with our Singapore government, the IMDA side, coming up with standard policies and so on for digital transformation, cybersecurity standard and so on. Now, I will be very happy to bring the data centers over to the Cambodia here, building the talents and so on, and really very happy to be part of the ecosystem over here, again, to be part of the digital transformation and to bring it to the next greater height. Thank you.
A very good morning, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tang Won Lee. Today I wear two hats. The first hat is about I'm the director of the Digital Startup Centers, where we implement and operate the Cambodia Data Exchange platforms and another digital enablers that I will talk in detail later on. And I also wear another hat as a Deputy Secretary General of the Digital Economy and Business Committee, where we coordinate the overall implementations of the Cambodia policy framework on digital economy and society. Nice to meet you here, and hopefully that the panel discussion will provide the input, especially to the audience, to understand more about the digital government and also the incorporate about the public-private partnership from the private sector as well to the discussion. Thank you for the opportunity.
So thank you very much for your self-introductions. We'll start by continue from the keynote presentation to understand more about what is the current status of our digital government journey right now. So we have seen different level of government, digital government that we want to achieve. So my question will go to His Excellency Sarewat. So right now, in your view, where we are now in our journey to digital government?
Yes, thank you, His Excellency Dr. Sainsapip, for this question. As I mentioned at the beginning, I just joined the government last 60 days. And I learned a lot from digital government. If we talk about digital government in the world, they rank it with something they call Digital Government Index or e-Government Index. Today, we are ranked as number 127 among 197 countries. Not that very good, because we are on the first level of the digital government. The reason that we got this number, because many of our public service still offline. We don't have digital ID. We don't have health ID. But interestingly, our e-participants, it is one index of digital government, grow from 129 to 123. So this year, our e-participant index grow better. The reason is our Cambodian people adopt very well with the digital payment. You know, here in Cambodia, everywhere that you go, you can pay by mobile app payment, especially ABA. And during the COVID crisis, our government released two main applications. One is Stop COVID, developed by MPDC, and vaccine system. And the adoption rate of the Stop COVID is 1 million of citizens after rollout for the first 4 weeks, which considered as the biggest public system in the country. And the government hold the biggest digital public system comparing to every private sector. Thank you.
So we are still at level 1 and we are ranking quite in the bottom of the pyramid by now. But I'm interested what you have mentioned about that we have a higher level of adoptions. But also our public service are already provided in a very centralized manners. We have Excellency Boon Heng mentions, he's take care of the one window service. It's a real window, it's not a window in the computers, but it's already allow our citizens to go there and get a one-stop service. So, Excellency Boon Heng, I want you to share a bit with us what is the services you are providing in this framework of one window service, and what is your plan of digital transformation of that one window service, please.
Thank you, Excellency Moderator. I would like to share with all of you that Cambodia has established one window service model in 3 levels. The first one is at the capital and provincial level. We call one window service unit. This unit can provide around 600 service to local people across 14 sectors. At the municipality, district, and cantons, we call one window service office. It has around 400 services to provide to the people. And at the lowest tier is Commune Sangkat. We have around 30 services. So this type of service, we differentiate, the size of service, and also it's through the delegation of power to the one window service office from the national level to the local governments. Right now, we have designed a software. We use a web application to register and make a record all services that processed by the one window service model. We call MIS, it's like Management Information System, but it's online. When the service officer registers any service at the national level, we can see at the time that they are registered. Yeah. So it's real time. And this also linked with, we also design what we call mobile apps to check the process of the service delivery. People can download it by, we now have iOS and also Android. People can download it. When they receive the receipt from the one window service office, we had a barcode or QR code. So people can scan it or just enter the code number so they can check the time, the status of service delivery, and the time they will get the final result. So this is what we are doing. And right now we're also working with the private sectors to set up a payment hub. Before, people have to go to the office and pay by cash. But right now, they can use the payment machine that set up in the front office at the one window service office building. So they can just scan it with the machine, and the machine will deduct the money from their bank accounts. So it's very easy. For the next step, we're also thinking about transforming all services to online. So we are still working now, and we hope that by the end of this year, we can pilot some services online. Yeah. But I can say that we will pick up the service at the provincial level first, because the service at the provincial level are big, and people at the provincial level, they have more capacity, more resource to do it. And for the district and commune Sangkat, we will think later whether how to connect the system and how to transform the service to online. Thank you.
So thank you for this interesting one window service status. So it's amazing, right, that we have these services at provincial level, district level, and commune levels also that have provide, and we start to digitalize few of them already, that at least the citizen can follow the process. But you still need to go there to get your paper, right? So it's just like, it's just one directions. That's why we are at stage one, because the stage one means you need to go there and it's a one direction online. It's not a full directions. So I want to bring this question also to a higher levels. Maybe go to Dr. Nguyen Ly on the current status of the digital transformation in Cambodia in general. As you have two cascades, right, this morning. You are the Deputy Secretary General of the Committee of Digital Economy and Business. So what is the current status of the digital adoptions in Cambodia?
Thank you for the question. I mean, it's very simple but quite hard to answer a clear-cut question where we are for the digital transformation status, especially with respect to the business sectors. It can be divided into two parts. I mean, if we are talking about formal and informal, I mean, the formal enterprise who have the registration process completely, licensing, so forth and so on, and the informal one who are still the small, medium enterprise or even micro, who still out of the system yet. I mean, we need to classify by these two in order to know about the digital transformation status. For the formal one, I think it is very high now for the adoption. You can see that it is always the same trend that the business still drive the digital adoption. I mean, it even faster than the government themselves because they have the resources, they have the capability, and they really encourage to use the digital technology in order to stay competitiveness and also connect to the regional and global value chain. Just for example, like the fintech area, there is a huge success right now in Cambodia. There are, I mean, in 2021, according to the National Bank of Cambodia report, we have around 700 million transactions. Consider the transfer, the payment over the mobile app. And the value of it, if we accumulate, is around 200 billion. I repeat once again, 200 billion. It's even more beyond than our GDP. So it's quite huge on the payment space and also on the banking side. But on the non-banking side, for example, like insurance company and the others, is also quite growing as well. The insurance industry right now already reached around $850 million in 2021, according to the insurance regulators of Cambodia report. And all these already reach 1.1% of GDP. And it will keep growing. And for the take-home tax company is also quite prosperous in that area as well. So I think for the big and the formal sectors, the digital transformation is quite fast compared to what within the government. But the challenge still remains for the informal sectors like micro, small, and medium enterprise. We still that they are still lacking several things. For example, like the financial resources, the human capacity, and sometimes they even hesitate to use the digital technology because they are afraid of paying tax. They are afraid of being registered so that the government can really track something like that. I mean, there is just a wrong perception. I would like to repeat. If you register to the government system, at least you can get more incentive, like let's say the tax incentive, and also you have a credit that can access to the finance through the banking as well. And if you are informal, then you have no luck to help. And during the COVID-19, the government released a lot of assistance package in order to assist the business that really have some struggle in their operation during the COVID pandemic. And this only target for the formal sectors, not the informal. So if you compare with these two things, the formal will go and the informal still remain challenging in terms of the digital adoption. Yeah, thank you very much.
The private sector is on track already in their digital transformation journey, and I think the government need to catch up in order to continue to deliver the services to the business and citizen. On this current status, I also to have a view from our regional partner. So considering your understanding of Cambodia's situation, how we compare to other government and society in the regions? Maybe Eric and Woon, can you share briefly your view on this?
So, over the past 27 years, I've focused on technology-enabled transformation for public and private sector organizations. And the shift that we're seeing with cloud technology, AWS offers the most flexible and comprehensive set of services and security on cloud, is like nothing we've ever seen before. The pandemic brought a lot of demonstrations of this as we've seen it help small vendors figure out how they're going to connect with their customers. Have we seen it work with health organizations, put in place vaccine operations, as we've seen it work with governments trying to track and understand the population movements, and with e-learning. It's been fundamental to that. The points that you've raised with Cambodia in terms of where you're going are exactly the trends that we see across all of the governments of ASEAN. And as they've emerged from the pandemic, we've seen four different things going on. The first one is a prioritization by the government on digital transformation. That roadmap you presented is exactly where we're seeing other governments really focus. And that talks about some of the policies that need to be put in place to help facilitate and accelerate the adoption, as well as some of the direction put in place around cloud-first policies to help accelerate its use within government. The second, and you touched on it earlier, is the importance of the partner and startup ecosystem. They're force multipliers in this equation because they can engage very, very quickly. The agility, the scalability, the flexibility, the security of the cloud allows them to innovate very, very quickly and address citizen services together with you, not only here in Cambodia, but also across the border, and that's really, really important. The third area is on skills training. Governments are recognizing that in order to be successful in this, they're really going to have to, and we see it too, AWS is committed in this area, they're going to have to really increase the digital capabilities of their workforce. And the fourth area is that we can't wait for the perfect. We have to move now. And so being agile, adopting the cloud, our citizens expect it now because they've actually been exposed to it as part of the pandemic that we've worked through. And so we need to continuously experiment, we need to get underway, and we need to begin to leverage that today. Now, AWS has been working alongside all of these economies by investing in ensuring the services are provided. We have launched regions in Singapore. We recently launched a $5 billion region in Jakarta in December of last year. We just announced 3 weeks ago the launch of another $5+ billion investment in Thailand, in Bangkok area. And we've announced 3 other infrastructure investments called local zones in Bangkok, in Hanoi, and in Manila. And we're going to continue to work with governments in terms of making sure you have the infrastructure to do what you're trying to do.
Thank you. So citing about the AW announcement on investment, hope the investment will happen in Cambodia too.
We always listen to our customers. So keep talking to us as we begin to explore. We're always evaluating this.
So Mr. Wong, as a local data center business operators here in Cambodia. What is your view on the current status of the business to serve this digital transformation trend? What is your view on that?
Thanks, Excellency. First of all, I must thank the government to give us an opportunity to be part of the ecosystem in providing this critical infrastructure like the data centers for the digital transformation. Now, very important, I think Capstar will be building a pair of the international certified Tier 3 data center. I will call it as a secure, resilient, and sustainable data center. Now, this data center is very important because as the digitals are growing, we will have at least 7 megawatt of power that can house 1,000 over racks in Cambodia over here. Now, why is it such a capacity? As we see the growth, and the data center will be housing critical infrastructure, okay, for the IT system, for the data, and so on, mainly for organizations and institutions, all right, that are providing essential services in Cambodia. Now, Capstar, as I mentioned, we also have the, as I mentioned, the secure and resilient infrastructure. Why do I say that? We want to have all the critical IT system, not only IT system, but as I heard a lot about data security, data protection, and so on, we will have this secure area for all the data, especially for data sovereignties. So we can actually consolidate all the data that are overseas back into Cambodia. All right, now, with that, we also had the enable the cloud computing for all the online payment system, internet banking system, whatever that we need to do online. Like yesterday, I was in the restaurant and I realized that they do not allow payment through the Visa card. They say it's all through cash. So I say, I think this is something that's missing. You know, especially when we tourists coming in, we are not able to pay by Visa card and so on. So I think it's something that we can actually have the very good system that we can actually enable the online banking system. Now, as we mentioned about the critical infrastructure, data sovereignty in the system, it's also important that the Capstar will be providing with the very good cyber monitoring intelligence system. We will also have our strong and cybersecurity expert that will be doing regular vulnerability acceptance tests to make sure that we got your data against any kind of cybercrime. Now, with that, we also want to look at the digital business on how we can actually work with eco-partners, not just providing data center, but we would like to work with eco-partners that can provide all these value-add services like business continuity, system integration, cyber security solution, and so on, okay, to help, including even like software developers, that we can actually help with the digital transformation in Cambodia. All right. Now, in addition, we also very important that just the infrastructure is not sufficient. Like what Eric mentioned, it's about the skill set, the human capital, the digital citizens. And I'm glad that we also be providing training, especially tying up with the software houses, that we will have also the opportunity for our young Cambodians, opportunity to do coding, okay, for the international organization as well. Very important is also that the, as a data center player, I think it's also important, I'll be working with the Data Center Alliance in Southeast Asia, that we want to put the data centers in the map over here in Southeast Asia, so that it can become a platform, okay, for all our young Cambodians over here to participate and engage in all these Southeast Asia kind of engagement together. And this will really nurture, and I believe the young Cambodians will actually have opportunities to contribute to the digitalization in Cambodia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we are at, as I understand from what Eric's saying, we are in the same starting point after pandemic to transform the government. Mr. Wong have talked about some technology that is needed. So I want to have the view of Dr. Ngun Lee. In order to make this digital government services implementation possible, what are the key ingredients, fundamental technology and infrastructure that we will need it in order to make all these things start to be possible to implement?
Thanks for the question. I mean, it is a very crucial question, and also would like to clarify to the audience as well. Excellency Jesrewat, during his keynote, he mentions that normally government entity build the system in a silo manners and do not interoperable with each other, or maybe do not exchange the data to each other, which is the pain point. And the policy is there already, but how to implement it efficiently and effectively. So that is the main challenge, especially for us from the government who are implementing this policy, and how to realize this vision that has been stipulated in those two policies. Actually, it's quite clear, state already inside the policy, especially on the digital economy and society policy framework. There are 3 tiers of development in the system that are really interconnected between the intergovernment agency as well as open to the business sector as well. The first layer is the data. The data that we consider here, we call it a base registry, meaning that all the data of the ministry need to be digitalized. The base one, for example, the national ID, the health ID, education, taxation, land title, things like that, driving license, things like this. These are the base and the fundamental that hardly change or do not change every minute. It changes every 1 year, 5 years, or even 10 years. But they are very crucial because based on this, we will need a second layer, which is called the platform layer, which is the digital platform that utilize those base registry data so that we can create another kinds of data. We call it a transactional data. That the way that we transact with the system that can happen every second, every minute, and from that data we can use AI or whatever to see the patterns or whatever. But the base registry is still there, and we need it one. Now, not so many government agency has completely digitalized this base registry yet. We will need to tackle within the short time frame before we can build the digital platform. And on top of that are the services, other digital services like One Window services, like the national portal that Excellency Chiesray was vision in his keynote. These are the services that allows the citizen, allows the government official, and also the business to interact, to access all the data, and also provide the transactional record or transactional mean in order to get access to the services. So that is how we envision to implement the two policy effectively in order to bring the Cambodia to the digital transformation or digital society by 2035. I would like to add a little bit. I mean, this is the overall framework, but we are not waiting. We already implementing in this manner already. The ID database from Ministry of Interior has already been there. And now it's open share with the candidate. The candidate consider us a platform that allow the interoperable between multi-stakeholder inside the ministry as well as the business sector as well. And on top of it is a service, we call it online business registration services, where we allow the businessman to register the business legally and completely online. You file application online, you pay online, and you will get a business certificate online. So that is the full stack, but just only for one sector. And if we need government services like One Window service, where we have more than 1,000 services, then we will need to work out even more. But at least we can see the light and see the pathway for the digital transformation already. And I would like to re-emphasize once again, and to achieve this, we cannot do alone. We need to work together as a ministry, as a government body, and also work with the private sector as well, because not all the technology we can do by ourselves. So we have to rely on the private sector to complement to each other, and we join hand in hand. Hopefully that in the next 5 years, or at least by 2030 or 2035, Cambodia will be different from what we are now in terms of the digital transformation. Thank you.
Thanks. So there's a lot to do, and you mentioned that we need everyone. We need an ecosystem in order to implement it. So my next question will go to Excellency Sriwat. So how you see the role of private sector, especially technology provider, to contribute to the implementation of all these strategic activity, considering infrastructure, build trust, capacity, and all these services that Dr. Nguyen Lee have mentioned. So how private sector can involve in this activity?
Yes, thank you very much for the question from our coordinator. To answer this question, our Digital Government Committee stand on one principle. Anything benefit to our citizens, we will do it. And we know that to make it fast, we cannot do it alone. We need to have the support from the private sector. The first area that we are thinking of partnership with the private sector is technology and solution. You know, lately the government did not invest that much on R&D, research, technology and solution, and we believe the technology and solution is on the private sector. So we are not going to buy it from them, but we are going to do like co-sourcing and co-develop with them, because we would like to control what is going to happen in the future, not relying on them only. This is first area. The second area, I think, is time to do the resource exchange. In order to bring a better capacity to our government team, we are going to do the resource exchange between the private and the government sector. Let them work together, let them understand each other, let the government people got a view on the private side, and let the private side know what the government people can help them. The third area is coordinate to promote our digital public service. We are not trying to provide the digital public service alone anymore. Anything that we believe the private sector can do it and can do it better, we give it to them. We can do the public-private partnership to bring the digital public service so fast to our citizens. And the last one is the innovation part, which is related to the startup. You know, there's a lot of startup in Cambodia now, thanks to CDT and the Joe Startup to bring the startup on board. But most startups, they start and they die. So we need to convert them from startup to become enterprise. And here, we need support from the government and the private sector. So we are going to cooperate with private sector to bring the startup to the enterprise level. Thank you.
Exciting that startup also have their place to play in this digital government development. I'm happy for that. I think the same question will go to Excellency Boon Heng. How this one window service that provides centralize all the service will digitalize. I mentioned a bit already the way forward of digital transformation, and how you think the private sector technology provider could join force with you to do this.
Thank you. In the National Program for Subnational Democratic Development, 2021 to 2030, we have targeted for the One Window Service Office to transform their service manually to digitally. So I think in this aim, we have to make a concrete plan and also cooperate with other stakeholders, not only private sector, but also other civil society and donors. Right now, the Ministry of Interior also cooperate with other private sector and donors to bring technologies and also the resource together to transform the service and to improve the service from manually to digitally. I think the main obstacle for us is about human resource. We don't have much people knowing how to do it. So that's the main challenge for the Ministry of Interiors. And the second one is financial resource. Even though we have a good policies, regulations still there, but how to transform, like Excellency Gisray Ward mentioned in the earlier, how to transform this policy into practice, it's very hard because we need resource in terms of financial and human resource. So these are the key elements that can push us forward and to speed up our work. That's all from me.
Thank you. My question now naturally will go to Eric on a technology provider side. Can you share with us how a player in general, a technology player in general, and specifically as FDUS, contribute to build digital government solutions? And what are you doing in other countries in the regions?
Sure. So first of all, we're in it for the long game. We actually focus very much on the national outcomes that countries are trying to reach. And so when we do that, we actually go back to the very beginning, and you talk about policy development. Policy can have a tremendous impact in terms of the digital progression of the government. And establishing policies that are clear on in terms of roles and responsibilities of the cloud provider, the technology provider, and of the government, leverage international standards for compliance and support, and drive the right kind of procurement mechanisms so that it's easy for government agencies, ministries, and public sector bodies to take advantage of the technology, are all fundamental parts of it, as is the Cloud First Policy Directive of the government, because governments can have a significant impact in the adoption by demonstrating how cloud can be taken advantage of to deliver the outcomes that you're looking for. So many different areas that the government gets involved with. And we get involved all the way throughout that process. We have a team that focuses on supporting governments in policy development, and we have a series of best practices. We've signed 6 agreements across Asia Pacific, 6 cloud agreements with governments, 2 in Australia, 1 in Japan, 1 in Malaysia, 1 in Thailand. And so, you know, we're focused very much on working hand in hand to make that happen. In addition to that, we work with the governments to establish the right education programs and the academic institutions so that we're able to ensure that skills development happens along the way with them. Finally, we work with the government to make sure that we're getting the right kind of policies that will drive the outcomes that you're looking for, be it economic growth, so looking at cross-border data transfer, which can be fundamentally critical to small to medium-sized businesses, as well as startups, so that they can get cross-border benefit, or be it working with the educational institutions and the startup organizations within the country to drive that innovation and development. All of these areas are critical, you know, activities that we get involved with. Finally, you talked about innovation, I believe. AWS launched in November of 2021 their Cloud Innovation Center in Singapore. And they work with a number of government agencies to jointly collaborate to create innovation for the missions that the organizations are pursuing. Most recently, last week, we signed an agreement with the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, in Singapore to create a joint innovation lab with them called Pixel that focuses on the critical issues that industry players in that arena are facing, and helps them identify new and innovative ways, working with partners, working with startups, working with a variety of bodies to co-innovate and create new solutions.
Thank you. So we have mentioned what we want to do. I think to this stage, the government know in the policy and strategic plan what they want to do. The private sector are there to involve. And we have mentioned challenges that we face. And I think I want to be more specific on it. And then we can share with our audience today how they can together address these challenges also. But before that, we have Mr. Wong as an operator of a local data center business. So what kind of challenges that as a local player have in order to start this kind of technology business in Cambodia, and what are the services that you provide to contribute to this both business side and government side?
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, what are the challenges? To build a tier 3 data center to cater for the growth of digital transformation, when we look at it, just the power itself is challenging. The first data center we're building is a 7 megawatt. Now, after the last few days event, and I speak to many people and so on, a lot of them have just shown interest in the data center, and I estimated right now, the future data center, it might be a hyperscale data center. When I sum up right now from what I heard, I saw something like there's a requirement for about 30 megawatt of power. So imagine with that, then we also look at the, very carefully, when we select a site, our challenges. Where should we house the data center? Are we near to the power grid? And very important, I think the data centers are actually equipped with telco. So very important is also that are we near to the exchanges so that we can have the present point from the telco company within the data centers. So we can actually have the local and international network connectivities. That is very much on the infrastructure. Now, besides the infrastructure, we also talk about skill sets today. How can we actually upskill the human capitals, the professionals, not just running the data center operations. We look at the design, the operation of the data center as well. So you can see that what Hasli mentioned, what are the services that we can provide? So not just on the data center, but what about managed services, cybersecurity consultancy, including even like resiliency, I talk about business continuity. So that's why we are building a pair of data center where we actually allow organization, institution that with essential services, how they can actually replicate or fail over in the event of any kind of disaster or incident, that they can fail over resiliency without any disruption, and they're able to recover and continue the services, okay, in view of this digital transformation. That's why skill sets are very important on how we can actually train. Now, I will be actually bringing like IT training courses, including like international certification courses, where we can train like certified cybersecurity experts, data center experts, certified project managers, and so on, across into the Cambodia over here. So that will actually allow them, like what I also mentioned, with the digital transformation, I will foresee a lot of the system regulation, software developments. So that's why I will also want to be, how can we build a software house over here, so that we have young talents over in Cambodia here that can also contribute into the digital transformation. Right. So I think this is what we intend to do.
Okay, so
Thank you.
as an implementer, I want to have your quick view on what the challenge is and how our audience here composed of business, academia, startup can contribute to address these challenges. Maybe start by Dr. Ngun Lee and then His Excellency Wat and Mun Heng. Yeah, on the challenge and how we can together tackle it.
Actually, there are many challenges, but I mean, we do not need to mention all of them because it's quite big. But one challenge is the tech talent itself, because this is also the main theme of the Cambodia Tech Expo this year as well, that we need to tackle together. I mean, with respect to the talent, actually, we have 3 tier levels that we should focus on, especially also mentioned in the policy paper as well. The first one is about the management, either applicable to both the government entity and also the private sector as well. We will need to have a management level who not really the tech savvy, but at least have a vision to utilize the digital technology in order to transform or re-engineering the business process inside their company or their government entity. The second tier is about the talent itself, the talent in the sense that they are capable to develop, to implement, to operate the digital system that really benefit to their organization. And the last one is about the digital adoption for all the citizens, where they really they are a really end user who use the system, who use the service. Because although we have the system and without the user, how come that we can call it as a great achievement? So these are the three levels. And with respect to the tech talent per se, more specifically, especially on the tier 2, I mean, it is a big challenges, and it cannot be solved overnight or maybe 1 month. It needs time. Just for example, for Cambodia right now, if we need to build the tech talent, perhaps we can start from the primary school, so that 15 years later we can have a very good local talents on the technology side. And also, as an ASEAN as a whole, we need to attract the talent from abroad as well. Although right now I don't think that ASEAN or maybe Cambodia is not a place to attract the talent, because they will go to the United States, go to Europe. So I mean, we need to join hand in hand together and to unite it, so that ASEAN can be a centrality for the attraction of the talent, so that they can come to work and also share the experience, while we also producing the local talent that we need to build and need to change the curriculum from right now. And if we do not start from now, it might be late, because tech talent is very much lacking, not only in Cambodia, but in ASEAN and also as the globe as well. The technology is still coming, new emerging is still coming, so we need those talent to tackle all the new, to at least to master, at least to know how to utilize the new emerging technology in order to maintain the competitiveness and also the business operation inside the organization. So tech talent is the one and major concern for all of the digital transformation in the government and also in the business side as well. Thank you.
So it's really a lot of business for us, because we are a training institutions. We will do that job. So, Mr. Bun Heng, you have mentioned a bit already on the same thing, tech talent, but you also mentioned about financial resources and the public-private partnership. Can you elaborate a bit on this, how this challenge can be tackled?
Yes, I think the big challenge for us is the financial resource, and we also need a public-private partnership, and to speed up our work, because you know in the public sector we don't know much about how to do it with the technologies. But private sectors, they have more experience in using advanced technology. So the technology sharing and transfer is very important for us to learn from the skill, to learn from new things. Talking about the cooperation between private sector and public sectors, I think private sector can pool their resource for the investments on the technologies. And about the public service delivery, I think maybe the area that we can work on is about the collection of the fees. So these are the area that I was working on. But there's something else that I think that maybe Dr. Sarayawat can contribute more, and Dr. Gonli already mentioned it.
Thanks. I think it's very interesting to solve this challenge with the public-private partnership. That we do it for road, we do it for airport. Why we don't do it for digital public services, right? For Excellency Sarayawat, I think one of the strategic action plan that you mentioned is about building trust. So how this is challenging to build a trust environment in Cambodia, considering Dr. Ngunli say citizens don't trust the government, the business don't trust their financial transaction to be in the hand of the taxations. So what is the challenge and how we can go forward with this?
Yes, thank you, Excellency Doctor, for this question. I think it's a chance for me to show how you need to bring the productivity at the same time to keep everything safe. The biggest challenge that I found when I joined the government is everyone talking about security. Every time we want to bring anything on the digital world, they always talk about security. They're concerned about the data. Then I got one question back to everyone. You know, during a meeting that we talk about the digital public with digitalization, the first question again, we talk about security. Then I asked everyone to look at their table and what they put on the table. I see a MacBook, a Windows PC, Android phone, and iOS phone. Everyone are so worried about put their data on the government data center or on the cloud because they think there's no security on their data. But they are using Microsoft Windows. They are using Apple. They are using iOS and Android. The operating system is belong to the third party. I can tell you, if they want to get your data, you don't have to wait until you put the data on the cloud. They can already take when they put on your PC and you don't even know what's going on. So why you keep focusing about put data on the cloud while you put your data on their device and they can do anything with your data? So I would like to bring our vision here, like it's very important to leverage between productivity and the security. As the government, to overcome this challenge, we need to define the data governance policy to make sure in the future, even you store data with our government data center or on the cloud, we can secure your data in a very good manner, and we will prove that. And you ask me, how can I prove it today? We don't have data center yet.
Okay, so I think this is a $1 billion question for AWS. So how citizens can trust the government to put their data in the government data center, and how the government can trust technology provider to store our citizen data on your data center and on your cloud. So what kind of trust ecosystem environment we need to build? And finally, we talk about policy, data protection, data flow across border also. We are in the sideline of ASEAN Summit. We talk a lot about this also. So my question, as you have experience work with government around the world, in the regions, on build this trusted environment, what kind of regulation and policy that the government need to put in place in order to balance this? As Excellency Watt have put it very nicely, trust and productivity. Yes.
So first of all, it's a much bigger question than $1 billion. So AWS is very attentive and concerned about the security requirements of all of our customers. And the infrastructure that we have designed has been designed to meet the specifications of financial institutions, of military, and of other high data sensitivity organizations. Our services have been vetted and accepted for even top secret data. And that same infrastructure is what we use in the 27 regions we provide globally and the 87 availability zones. We have 98 certifications that we have attestation and acceptance for, more than any other provider in the world, and certainly more than any data center you're going to run across. And we provide over 280 services and features, security-related, compliance-related, governance-related, for our customers to take advantage of. That environment is being used by governments around the world, but it's underpinned by the policies that they develop that have clarity in terms of the roles and responsibilities. We have what's called a shared responsibility model, which is that you own your data, you control who has access to it, we never move it, we never touch it, it's all under your guidance. But we give you the protection around it with the infrastructure, and as I said, all of the services that we've had. And we're, you know, from the proof point, we're being used by the Ministry of Higher Education in Malaysia. We're being used by GovTech in Singapore. We're being used by the National Institute of Health in Singapore and their Health Information and Integrated Services Organization. We're being used by Cancer Research Malaysia, the Sukhothai Thammasat Open University in Thailand, Ministry of Digital and Economy in Thailand. We're being used by hospitals in the Philippines, genomic organizations. Vietnam, we're being used by universities, other startups. We're, across the board, government organizations recognize that, as one customer who was from a security organization well known within the US government said, the cloud on its worst day is 10 times more secure than my enterprise system on its best day. And that's the kind of trust that organizations and people begin to recognize as comforting, that they can actually use it and they can leverage it and get the significant benefits from it.
When we talk about data storage, a lot of government try to say that data of the citizen need to stay in the countries, even for business. So in this view, for local data center operations, Capstar, what is your view on this? What kind of regulation do you think is good for your business, or the open data flow is good?
Yeah, I think everybody talk about data protection, data security, especially on data sovereignties. Like what mentioned just now about the cloud and so on how we can secure now. Coming from Singapore, understanding our GovTech, how it works and so on. Data sovereignty is important on how we actually store in a very secure data centers. Now, when I look at the secure, I'm looking at two levels. Number one is actually the physical security, where we really have very stringent access into the data center, into the data hall, into the data racks. Secondly, it's about really cybersecurity. Now, you can know that the cyber hackers, they are very smart. All right, so how can we outsmart them and so on? So we have very stringent cybersecurity experts, all right, cybersecurity policy that we put in place on how we protect. Now, when I say outsmart them, we also have our cyber ethical hackers that will do regular vulnerability tests and so on. We put in the very stringent cyber monitoring tool system to detect for any kind of cyber attack and so on. Of course, we also have very strong cyber security incident response teams that when we detect, how can we respond to prevent it from getting worse and so on. So these are the various tools that we put in place in order to make sure that data are secure. Now, besides all this, The other one, you realize that Singapore government data, we had no internet access. That's one control that will prevent any kind of people that coming from internet access that come to us and so on. Now, of course, when I talk about the VAPT test, we are looking at number areas because I understand when I spoke to many companies, when they say they do VAPT tests and so on, they will tell you they only test this range. But you know, hackers, they know that if you test this range, it's secure. But if you did not do PAPT on the other range of the IP addresses, that's where it comes in. Later part, I'll be talking about the cybersecurity on how we do penetration tests and so on. Yeah, I will explain more on that. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Okay, so we still have a lot of questions. Stay tuned until 12 o'clock. So for the sake of time, we will end our conversation today. It's very exciting. I think we talk about the strategy, we talk about the objective, but I think what exciting today conversation is about the challenges and the opportunity for technology provider, company, and especially our startup innovator idea that can contribute to bring solution to develop the digital government. So I think we still have like 5 minutes more to bring few questions. So please, if you have any question, raise your hand, say who you are, where you come from, and be specific on your question, please.
Good morning, panelists and moderator. My name is Hong Sin, and I'm from ASEAN CIO Association. Sorry, I'm wearing mask, so you cannot recognize me. So I have a very vital question posting to probably the government sectors. You know, there is a lot of talk about resources, and particularly I think His Excellency Dr. Tang mentioned about finance, and also His Excellency Kia talk about finance as well. How are you tapping on the global context of alternative finance to finance the conversation on digital transformation?
So if I got the questions, well, how we can tackle this financial challenge? So,
it is a very challenging to answer about the financial resource available to implement the policy and also the digital transformation among the government agency, right? Especially during the COVID pandemic, the world and also Cambodia see the downturns of the economic progress. But Cambodia now we see the risings on the GDP. We expected to have around 5% of GDP increase by 2022. But still not very much, and we still need to allocate more our resources to focus on the health sectors and also to the vulnerable people as well as the vulnerable businesses as well. But however, we still, how can I say, we still keep some small pockets, and then this small pocket can be used for the digital government project. I would like to emphasize that in order to implement these two policies, we call it the land and expand strategy, meaning that we do not do everything at once as a whole, because we have limited supplies on resources and financial resources. So we will do only a particular projects that really need, a small one, but if it works, we can expand later on. So by doing something like this, we can consume not very much resources, maybe just a number that we can handle it, and then later on we can expand it. There is one part that we use the government budget, And on the other side, we also use the development budget, I mean, development partners budget from World Bank, from ADB, and the other sources in order to fill the gap that the government cannot handle. So this is the strategy at the moment, and also has been used recently to fill the gap in the financial lacking model. Hopefully that I can answer your questions. Thank you.
If I can just add on one point to your very good answer, and that is that I believe that the private sector has a role that they need to play in this. More companies need to be taking a long-term view of the potential and opportunity that exists here. And as an example, AWS is investing tremendously in terms of the workforce skilling. So we have trained 700,000 people across ASEAN, just ASEAN, since 2017. We offer programs free of charge, full curriculum that we can train the faculty of universities for, and they can educate students, and we do that across ASEAN. It's called AWS Academy. We have AWS Educate, which is an individualized program that students can take advantage of and learn cloud skills. And that's really important because they can then contribute to the skills shortfall, but they can also generate new sources of income for the economy. They can increase digital inclusion. And we have programs like AWS Restart for those who aren't in either of the schools that can go full-time and find jobs coming off the back of that. In addition to that, there are 500 online courses that are free of charge. So this is just one example. And the reason we do it is because we see this as a long-term partnership. It's a long-term relationship. And I think that countries should be demanding organizations take that perspective and contribute in a meaningful way.
Yes, thank you for answering this question. I got something to add to what His Excellency Nguyen Lee talked as well. Actually, the financial challenge, I don't think it's only applied to Cambodian context. It applies to everywhere in the world. My background is from the private sector. Every time we talk about the digital transformation project, I used to talk with Accenture in US from Microsoft. They are talking about million and 100 million US dollar of the budget to do digital transformation. I would like to recap again, since my background is the business process automation specialist, we focus on the ROI, return on investment. So when we operate digital government, we don't want everyone to pursue digital government committee is the cost center. It is where we are going to spend a lot of money. How we change this perception? We focus on anything that have the big impact and the ROI. It means every private sector can invest it in. If anything that doesn't bring the impact and the big ROI, we will not do it. So, we believe even we don't have enough money, we can still do the public-private partnership. As long as they invest 10 million US dollar and they can get back 50 million US dollar, everything will stand as a shoe to talk with us. This is the way that Digital Government Committee take to resolve the financial challenge. Thank you.
Okay, so time is up. I would like to give a round of applause to our amazing panelists today. Please join me to give them a big round of applause. And thank you very much, audience, for your amazing attention.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for your very insightful panel discussion. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to the next sessions that will address on cybersecurity in a digital economy society. But before we move on to the next session, I would like to ask for your time for our technical team to prepare the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may know, Cambodia has connected with digitalization wave that has invaded in the world. Along with this journey, cybersecurity is emergingly as relatively important field in Cambodia. So, with the dawn of digital economy, the amount of cyber attack has increased, and the majority of cyber attacks are financially motivated and actors to try infiltrate a target system to employ malware, steal data, or withdraw funds. The demand for cybersecurity often outpaces the available approaches, the adaptations of systems and the training of cybersecurity experts to keep systems safe. Safeguarding their own operations and information is the key. This is why programs and cooperations between governments, companies, and education centers. The more data is generated, processed, and used, the higher is the demand for trust. This panel will take up the demand of cybersecurity and exchange initiative, solution, and way forward. I would like to take this opportunity to invite our first keynote speaker, Mr. Wang S.Yi, Chief Director of Korean Internet and Security Agency of Indonesia, please.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, here we go. Again, my name is Wan, working for Korea Internet and Security Agency. It's an honor to be here and such a wonderful events today. Personally, this is very meaningful moment because I've been working with Cambodia, MPTC, for last 10 years. In 2013, when I was Vice President of Korea Internet and Security Agency, KISA, we had a small cybersecurity seminar in 2013. In 2022, today, we have a huge sessions for cybersecurity, and there are hundreds of people visiting this event. So this is a very memorable moment for me. My discussion topic is cybersecurity in digital economy and society. Here we go. Changes in landscape. For last 3 days, we've been hearing that there is a lot of changes in every sectors, right? But these changes does not just occur in specific issues, technologies, or industries, but they're occurring simultaneously in digital transformations, convergences, and supply chain safety issues, the need to respond to climate changes, reduction of carbon emissions, and COVID-19. And all these factors has brought us big changes in our daily lives. For example, by accidentally you left your cell phone at home, and while you're driving to your work, you realize that you left your cell phone at home, and you find yourself taking a U-turn, go back, and try to pick up your cell phone, right? We are so dependent in IT technologies these days. You just have to go back to your house to pick up your cell phone because all your directories, cell phone numbers are in your cell phone, and all your schedules, meeting schedules, and also navigations. You don't know where the meeting is at, so you have to have that cell phone with you. So although you are running out of time, but you just have to go back home to get your cell phone, right? You are very, very dependent in IT technologies these days. Oops. And as I have said before, these changes does not just occur in one single sectors. It's happening in the medical sectors, home, public transportations, government services, and every single sectors that we can think of. COVID-19 has changed our environments. The physical working space was used to be office. Now, you can work at anywhere, home or the coffee shop. You can connect, if you have connection to the internet, that's your working space. PCs, you used to have your own personal computer in your office, but now, all you have to do is have a laptop or devices that can be connected to the internet. And when the COVID-19 broke out, we asked our employees to work at home, and we realized that a lot of people did not have the laptop or devices to connect it to the internet. So what happened was we purchased all these laptops and handed out to our employees so that they can work at home. Also, all the information was stored in the PCs, hard disk drives, or the storages that run by my company. All the informations were considered as sensitive, and we do not want to disclose it to the internet. But because of the COVID, we had to move all these informations to the cloud so that people working at home can access to those data. And one of the studies stated that due to the pandemic, changes that could occur in 10 years happened in 3 years. Cyber incidences, the attackers are becoming so much sophisticated and intelligent, and they're using all these different technologies to attack us. Ransomwares and malicious code, and these hackers are working together. They're sharing their information through the hacking sites, right? So they're sharing these vulnerabilities and the tools and the methods. World Bank has announced this report. It said in 2021, due to the cyber incidences, we have lost $6 trillion in 2021, and it's going to increase to $10.5 trillion in 2025. And because this cybersecurity market is also going to increase at a rate of 12.6% per year till 2030. Also, one of the things that we need to notice is that cyber criminals, only 1% of the cyber criminals are being executed, persecuted, not executed, persecuted. That's stupid to actually attack your own country's infrastructures or steal anything from your nations, right? You probably ask someone out of country to attack the infrastructures or still informations, right? So it's the global issues. Complexity. There was an incident about a month ago. KakaoTalk services. KakaoTalk service is same as a WhatsApp or Line or chatting applications, right? 43 million people Korean people uses KakaoTalk applications. That's 83% of the Korean populations. Kakao company provides KakaoTalk, Kakao Taxi transportations, pay, bank services, or also navigations and music services. What happened was Kakao servers were located in SK CNC data centers, and the fire broke out of one of the UPS battery. And due to this incident, Kakao lost $20 million physical damage, right? It happened on Saturday. When the stock market opened on Monday, within 10 minutes, Kakao lost 2.5 billion US dollars. So if there's any CEOs running companies, you have to notice this. It's not just first damage, direct damage of the cybersecurities, but the second damages that comes along with the cybersecurities. Things to improve. First, governances, global governances. There are differences of viewing internet governances, US and West, and Russia and China looks at it in different point of views. US and West looks at it as a multi-stakeholder issues, and China and Russia looks at it as a governmental issues. So we have different point of views at looking at global governances. We are using UNGGE and OEWG to solve these problems, and we have come up with a lot of agreements and principles, right? Sovereignty, peaceful resolution of disputes, countermeasures, and national responsibilities. However, we still have differences in viewing, interpreting a lot of issues and application of those principles that we have agreed upon. This is the government issue. Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cambodia probably have voices in these international organizations. Human resources development. Although this is governmental issues, it's more of a national issues. And I want to Cambodian government to be a little bit more selfish on this issue, because you have to try to develop human resource development programs, but also you have to provide incentives to have these people within the nation to work for you. You have invested in these people, and you have to still provide some kind of incentives so that you have these people working for you, protecting your critical infrastructures, providing R&D funds for them so that they can develop new technologies. This is the result of one of the reports that ISC Square has published. The report has been announced less than a week ago, so this is very new information. ISC Square identified information security officers as a person who spends more than 25% of their working hours in cybersecurity. And it stated that globally, there are 4.9 million people, cybersecurity officers working at the moment. But actually, in the field, there are close to 7 million information security people are on demand. So we are short of 2.7 million people in 2021. In 2022, information security people have increased 11%. So there are 4.6 million people working as information security officers. And also, demand has increased we are requiring more than 8 million people. There are shortages of more than 3 million information security officers, close to 3.5 million people. We need 74% more information security officers than as of today. If we look at ASEAN Pacific region, we need 2.1 million information security officers compared to 3.5 million people. So ASEAN Pacific region is growing fast, and we realize that we need information security people. We have a lot of assets, infrastructures that we need to protect. Because we are having this shortage on information security officers, 48% of the companies have stated that they do not have enough time for proper risk assessment and management. 43 companies, they're spending too much time on oversights and processes and procedures. 39% of the companies said they are too slow to patch their systems. They understand that their systems are critical, they have a lot of information that they need to protect, but they do not have the people to actually patch their systems. So they're operating these systems knowing that there are vulnerabilities in their systems. It's not just number of people that is concerned, it's the qualification of these people. Industry have complained over and over again that graduates of the university students do not have the skill set that is required from the industries. So we have to have these discussions with the industries to change the curriculums so that graduate students have the right skill set that is required from the industries. And we asked industries, how do you assure that these people have the right qualifications? And a lot of industries, they wanted to have certification programs that is built in. ISC Square, they provide CISSP certificates, computer information system security professionals, right? And they also have certification programs for the cloud services, forensic services. So they have these certifications, and they just launched entry-level certifications. Any university students graduating on the time of graduations, they can apply for entry-level certifications, and they can receive, once they pass those exams, they can receive entry-level certifications. And that qualifies, that will assure that they have the qualifications that are required by the industries. And those entry-level certifications are free, so all the graduates, they can apply for it for free. Their training program is also for free. So it's out there. It's just a matter of applying those schemes into the systems. Third, organization security level increases. How do you increase cybersecurity readinesses? We have identified into 3 different sectors, 3 different categories: critical infrastructures, and the important systems, and the rest of them. Critical infrastructures, a lot of governments are paying attention to these critical infrastructures. It's a matter of how do you identify critical infrastructures? And Korean government has come up with 5 different criteria. How much these critical infrastructures are dependent on IT technologies, how often they are attacked, how difficult it is to provide services again. And we have this 5 different criteria. And once they meet those 5 criteria, they are identified as a critical infrastructures, and they have to go through security assessment every year and develop security measures, and they have to submit it to the government, their sector manager, which is the ministries. And they have to get approval from the prime ministers, and that's the case in Korea. Important private sector organizations, they have to get ISO 27001 certifications, and it's just a matter of whether we should mandate it, regulate it, or do we have a voluntary systems for those private companies to receive those certifications. That's the matter of decisions that we have to make. SecureStar is a voluntary checklist for the organizations. So we have this list of checklists, security checklists that information security people in the organization, they can go through the checklist and see whether they are doing the right things to secure their systems and data. 4, human resources is not a short-term problem. It's going to be around with us for a long time. It's a long-term issue that requires long-term solutions. And while we have that problems, we have to make our processes automate those processes. One, develop proactive defense mechanisms so we can predict where the attack is coming from and when it's going to come from, and use that systems. Second, secure operational processes. Probably a lot of companies have CERT, Computer Emergency Response Teams, and these people spend a lot of time doing the same work over and over again. For example, IP lookup or hash check against virus total or malwares. They do that 20 or 30 times a day. If we automate those systems, processes, it's going to ease a lot of burden for those CERT employees. Find the shortcuts, assess your processes so that you identify the processes that can be automated, and low-code, no-code options. A lot of CMs, program solutions that are out there, you can just drag and drop so that you don't have to code any programs. Use those systems so that you can save time and human resources. Sharing information. As I've said before, hackers are sharing information, tools and methods. And also they share the results of the hacking results. But for the information security officers, we do not have the system to share those informations. And Korea has developed a system called CTAS. It's a Cyber Threat Analysis Information Sharing System. We share informations that are required by that are needed by the information security officers. And we are trying to share these informations with our partners, Cambodia and other countries. At normal times, the process works fine. But when we have huge attacks, we have to allocate these people to collect information, collect the malwares, forensics, and also analyzing those malicious code that we have collected. We do not have time to translate those informations and share those informations with the right people at the right time. And also the language is one of the problems. Korean people do not speak English very well, so trying to share those informations, language issues has to be solved. And these are the information that we share and how many times we have shared those informations. This is about 2 years old statistics, so we have more information to share with other people. Finally, PPP, public-private partnership. As I have said before, we are short on information security officers. And when there's a massive cybersecurity incidences, we do not have the right resources to use at the right time. And therefore, in a normal time, peacetime, it is important to have partnership with private companies where they have resources, share the informations, and use their human resources and technologies and tools with them. So having those relationships with the private companies in the peacetime is very important. And this is my end of my presentation. I think I have spent more than 15 minutes. I'm going to end it here, and we can discuss it more in the panel discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wang SE, for your presentations. And next, I would like to take this opportunity to invite Dr. U Panarat, Director of ICT Security of Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, on stage to deliver his keynote address. Please.
Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, once again, my name is Pandarit. I'm a director of ICT Security Department, Ministry of Post and Telecom. It's great honor for me to be here, to be invited to speak in the CDX 2022. So what I'm going to discuss as the director might be, of course, it's about the Cambodia. Yes, what happening so far and what will be in the next couple of months or years to go on cybersecurity status. As we are known, we are currently hosting ASEAN Summit, and it's going to come to an end today. And as you see, it's physically, peacefully organized successfully, right? Okay. So physically, peacefully. What about cyberspace? Do you aware that it's peaceful or is the war? So this is the two questions. Are we living in a cyber war or do we living in cyber peace? Who knows? Who can answer this? This is what's happening in cyberspace that you cannot see maybe by your eyes. Yeah, you need a tool, you need a hardware, you need a software. Then you will know that what is currently going on in cyberspace that completely different from our physical one, right? So I'm looking back to the very basics issue of the cybersecurity. How many of you here own a personal computers? Can you raise up your hand? Own personal computers. I think most of everyone here owned. Do you use Windows license? Okay? Okay? Next. What about Microsoft Office daily that you are using? You still use a license or not? I think the percentage start to be lower and lower and lower. First time 100%. Next time the second one it become 50. Now it become 20. But the next question, yeah, of course, I think most. But the next question. And the next question. So I think the rate will be drop until maybe around 5%, the last one. So based on this, maybe you assess yourself. If any of these questions is no, you exposed to the risk, right? You will be hacked one day, of course. Of course. That's the way how we protect our assets. It's not completely different what we protect our house. But you already said no in one of those questions. it means you open the door for attacker to be in. It's like your house, right? Because I said, no, I forgot to lock the door. It's the same. No, I don't use the licensed software. I use the correct one. So it's the same. You open the door for attacker to be in your system, right? And this is what we are thinking nowadays. We believe that the lock can protect our house very well. But actually the attacker is not attack the locks. It attack the chain of the locks. It easy, better than attack the lock itself. And this is what the defender think. And this is what happened when the attacker in, right? It's not completely different from this one. Right? You think that, okay, we secure already our motorcycle. We lock everything up with the bike so the attacker cannot get. But they are the one who think outside the box. And we are defender always think inside the box. Why inside the box? We graduate from the same teacher. We graduate from the same university. We study the same schools, certificate. So the theory is the same. So that's why you always think in the box where the hacker, right? They sharing information through the darknet. They sharing best practices, exchange the tool. Those are more innovative than the defender. That's why they always find the way to be in. And this is what's happening for our security nowadays, right? Internet was born without security foundation. Was born without security foundations, right? Like the ARPANET, is go back to the ARPANET. The person, the organization who want to use it, yeah, of course I know you are from ABC. So ABC is a trust, security, so no security control because I trust you. But suddenly it's open up to the world and it's come to today, right? Once you fix this, something else come. Once you fix that, something else come because there is no foundation at all. And this is what currently happening at the organization level. You try to put your tool in, you try to put your new software, your new hardware, but you always patches, you always found it. That's the problem. And we believe we hire many talent with those certification, international certification. We have a good team building. All are very skillful, yeah. But finally, you will be hit by this one, right? That's happening out there. It means that even though you have a bigger team with many certification, skill, and talent, but finally you still get hit, right? That's what's happening, and we all know it's a social engineering, that the human hacking, right? I always said it's a human hacking. Why we can hack human? Because we cannot patch the human. That's why we still can hack the human. Yeah, for example, the guy who hacked Ubers, just 18 years old. Timpos, right? Just graduate and hack Uber. By what? He's skillful or not? No, social engineering to trick the engineer to give the password. That's the Timpo stuff. That's what's happening. That we need to be aware. That human hacking. Let's move some to rolling back to the past. This one happened during our ASEAN Summit 2012. When we host ASEAN Summit, that time we got an issue. We cannot issue the statement, but in cyberspace, we also got attacked. That's the first time we saw it as a political motivated attack during that time, Anonymous Philippines. And going back to another one, before our election 2013, we got a local kid who organized themselves and declared that they are Anonymous Cambodia. So they start to hack our government website, bankings, education, and during that time, cybersecurity is just emerging in Cambodia. You can imagine how is that? Everyone scared, everyone scared a lot, especially banking and finance sector. Every morning, what they do the first time is to check their website has been hacked or not. Because of this kid, they try to wake up everyone in this industry. And going another one, just after election, 2018, we got the biggest DDoS attack to the kingdom. Right, at that time it's 150 terabit per second. So within a few days, everyone cry, ISP. They cannot afford to this kind of DDoS. So that's all just a bigger history noting down in our Cambodia history, and that is come to now, it's the ransomware, right? Before, the safe or the attacker, they need to have the gun and ask for the key. But now is the key with themselves already. Yeah, you just need to give them the money, then you get the key. It's completely different, changing landscape of what happening so far. And it is a successful business. Return investment may be up to 300% if you are involving in ransomware businesses. And you don't need to be a skillful guys. Maybe you just go and rent a tool and you share the benefit with the developers. Then that's it, a business model, a sharing business model. That's why it's very successful business. That's some of the example what happening so far in the kingdom. And this is our future is coming. The next battle of cyber incident is at your home, because every home become an intelligent home. Right? Everything connected to the internet. Your smart TV, your CCTV, your smartwatch, your smart home, your cooker, your washing machine, your refrigerator, everything connect to the internet. Then it become a battle for the hacker to use all those equipment to attack the others. Right? It's happening nowadays, and it will increasing more in the near future. So the defender tomorrow will be at your home. It's not at your office anymore. Right? Your home is much more prettier, easy to attack than the organization itself, because there is no defender at home. And you use router that cost you maybe $40 only. How can you protect your entire home with around 50 connected devices? Right? Just imagine this is our future is coming. Right? Let's look a little bit. Maybe I draw your attention a little bit. When you got hacked, what the attacker can do. Okay? First, steal your data. Secondly, capture what you type. Third, turn on your camera. Fourth, record your conversation. Next, stealing your password. The other one, full control, monitoring what is your activity, and blah, 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 blah. What else you need for them to do? This is just one click. When you click in your PC, this is what they can do. So be careful. Think twice if you click on some things inside your PCs. Okay, that's just some sharing experience, best practices of what happening so far in the kingdom. And let me move to what government have been done so far to improve or to boost cybersecurity capability, not just in government, but every stakeholder involved. Two papers has been released. Policy document is one of digital economy, and the other one is digital government. So this is a very important two key policy paper that will lay out the coordination institution arrangement, right? The top one is about the National Security Council, already established. And beside that, there are 3 committees is going to be established to coordinate this matter, not cybersecurity alone, but the whole digital economy framework. So one is digital government already established. Second one, digital economy and business committee also already established. And the next one is digital security committee. That one will be chaired by the Prime Minister himself. And this one is the nationwide coordination body on cybersecurity in the kingdom, which going to be established in a couple of months. All right. Let's move on to what we have been done so far on regulation on cyber-related matter. Yeah, here are some key document, key policy or key regulation: telecom, digital signatures, licensing regime, e-commerce, consumer protection, ChemDX, management of national domain name, management and use protection, personal ID, digital standard. Also, Cambodia adopt ISO 27001 family as the national standard for cybersecurity in the kingdom. Maybe anyone do not know, please, maybe you can design your company, your organization to align with the national standard, ISO 20001 family. And we have the TOMG from the National NBC and National Bank of Cambodia. And 3 of the law currently being drafted. Cyber security is on the way. Cybercrime, I think, at the final stage. And the personal data protection. Here are the key highlight. 3 of it is currently on the way. It also alert to the industry to be aware of what is going to be happens in the couple of years. And not just, cybersecurity, we are not just follow the national one. We also follow the industry one as well. It's very strange, So if you are payment gateway, you need to do PCI DSS or other ISO standard or copy on this to apply, to align what your operation with the international one. And not that just finished yet, we also look at to the regional matter as well. Because we are doing business in ASEAN, for example. So we have to look up what our ASEAN regional framework has been established, has been consulted, has been done. You need to look at it, for example, as well. Like in ASEAN, we already have a data protection framework. We also have a data governance. And soon we're going to talk about the cross-border data flow to ensure that it is not interrupt your business. That the regional one. What else that's going to come? It will be a hot topic in next years. It's about cloud policies. It's about data localization, cross-border, data security, fintech policy, regtech policy, AI, and big data. So are those what will be happen? And you see, it will be a challenging for industry as well, not just for the government. So we need to talk, we need to sit down and work together, have a conversation to this kind of regulation. I think the industry are really keen, to know what's happening on cybersecurity law that government currently drafting on. Maybe I jump a little bit on it, and we can close on that. So first is about the CII operators. We will define who is the critical information infrastructure that we will identify. Why? Because they are the one who will need to fulfill the government compliance and follow the risk management framework by the law. Next, who are involved? Competent regulator. For example, the bank itself is the National Bank of Cambodia. For the telecom and ISP, it's the telecom regulator of Cambodia. That we call it competent regulator in charge. What else? Who else? It's cybersecurity provider, service provider. We will focus some of the services to be licensing because we found that it's very crucial for our Cambodia and for the businesses. For example, penetration testing services, hacking services. If company who provide the hacking services, of course, they need to apply for the license in the future. Yeah. Who else? We will lay out the incident response framework in the law itself. Nowadays, you don't know who is hacked, who is what happening inside that. So we will mandatory lay out the incident reporting framework. For example, if any incident happen, you have 72 hours to report, or maybe less than that. That's just for example. So this is mandatory for CII to report any cyber incident to competent regulators and to us as the government as well. And what else? Coordination body need to be established to make it a holistic approach that everyone need to be involved in the loop. That's just the key players who will impact in the next cybersecurity law. And lastly, might be about the data protection law. Here are the key will be involved. One is about the PII, personal identifiable information. Anyone, any online service who gather the PII from the data subject, the citizen from the company, they have obligation to safeguard the data itself. That I call it data controller on the down. So the organization, the online services that collect personal information from the citizen will become the data controller, and they have duty, responsibility, and accountability to protect those data. And it's the data subject, and of course, the role of data processor, and finally, the appointment of data protection officer that mandatory need to have in every organization. Right. It's come to an end. Just my final conclusion. Maybe cybersecurity protection in your organization is look like you are running from the lions, running from the tiger. We have two friends here. The one who run faster is the one who be safe. The late one will become the food of the tiger. It means that if your company perform more better than the other one, you will be safe. Because attacker will divert their target to the company that has less protection than yourself. So better prepare your cybersecurity infrastructure framework up to the standard. Somehow they will divert their target. And this is my last question. Is there any cyber attack going on during these 1 week? Who knows? We are living in cyber peace or in the cyber war. And this question, I will answer it next year. See you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. U Panadat for your impressive presentations. Moving along, it's now time for the panel discussions. May I invite our moderator, Dr. Chiang Supek, Director General of Ministry of Post and Telecommunications, to come on stage for the panel discussions. Dr. Chiang Supek, the stage is yours.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, a very good morning. I think we have come to the last session of the panel discussion. And I think all of you already listened to the very informative and very, I might say, entertaining information from the previous speaker. And all of them have shown us that cybersecurity is one of the most important aspects of technology, because right now we are living, maybe like Mr. Pandit said, we are living in cyber peace, but we don't know what will happen tomorrow. I need one you to answer the question that he asked himself. So next day, I would like to invite all the panelists that we are going to discuss in this final session of the CTX. First, I would like to invite Mr. Zarewut, Major General Zarewut from the Ministry of Interior. Please come to the stage. And also Ms. Chamberlain from the Eclair Bank. They also come to the stage. And another lady as well will be joining. You can take a seat on the stage as well, Madam Moon Somali from the Academy of Digital Technology Cambodia. And also I would like to invite Mr. Wang Tiêu Kiet from Huawei Technology. Please also join on the stage. And finally, I would like to invite the keynote speaker, Mr. Yi. He also join on the stage, and Mr. Upanrat also please come join on the stage. Oh, I'm sorry, I forget one finalist, Mr. Ki Seng Ha from Sthapana Bank. My apologize, because we have a lot of panelists on the stage here. So I think since we're all here on the stage already, I don't want to introduce themselves again. One more. We have one more also panelist, Mr. Hai Li from Huawei. My apologize, because I cannot find you here around here. But anyway, ladies not least. So I think to save the time, I just would like all the panelists on the stage to introduce themselves and about themselves, about their working experience to the audience. Let's start from Mr. Pandit, please.
Yeah, once again, I'm Pandit from Ministry of Post and Telecom. Yeah, beside my main role as a director, I'm also a professor on cybersecurity. I'm also the chair of the Cloud Security Alliance Cambodia, and also senior advisor to CDDA, and also part of CAT also the Cambodia government education as well, and also part of the other cybersecurity in Cambodia. Yeah, that just my introduction. Yeah.
So my name is Somali. I'm the Director General of the Institute of Digital Governance of the Cambodia Academy of Digital Technology. It is, we are part of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, focus on the training to the governments. We focus on digital skill trainings. And as he mentioned, Mr. Pandit is one of our main instructors in our program.
Good morning. I think we're still in the morning before lunch. My name is Zarewut. I'm Deputy Director of the IT Department from Ministry of Interiors. Currently also the Secretary to the Digital Government Master Plan Working Group for the Ministry of Interiors. Ministry of Interior, we have a working unit on working on cybersecurity as well as combating cybercrime. We also receive receive people complaints from on the cybersecurity and cybercrime cases. Thank you.
Yeah, hello. My name is Bolet Chum. I'm head of Data Protection Department at Eclair Bank PLC. I'm joined in the cybersecurity since 2013, and my current role is to ensure that the bank has complied with data protection or privacy requirement by establishing the data classification scheme, and also in the leading to establish policy and procedure in order to protect data loss. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Juan, working for Korea Internet and Security Agency. I've been working for KISA for the last 27 years. At the moment, I'm the Chief Director of Asia Pacific Regional Office. And also, I've been a professor at Sungkyunkwan University for the last 10 years, and the IS Square Asia Pacific Regional Advisor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I'm back on stage again. I was in the earlier panel discussion. So besides wearing the hat as the country director for the Capstar Data Center, my other responsibility is very much also on cybersecurity. Okay, so having 30 years of experience in data center, I also have many years of experience in the cybersecurity space where we do the assessment for the Singapore government's some of the agencies, including some of the banks locally, as well as the overseas institution as well. All right, so I'm actually part of the cyber, we call it the cyber outage incident response team in Singapore, where we come up with standards and so on to make sure it's something of the cybersecurity incident response team, like what was being mentioned earlier on. And I hope that today I can share more about what we can do about the cybersecurity assessment. Thank you.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm Singha. I am head of Information Security Department of Sthapana Bank, and I provide the oversee and management on the cyber security and IT security inside the bank, as well as we provide the recommendation to the customer as well. So as Sthapana Bank, we think of the security is the key crucial for our business and for our customer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is Liu Lihai, and I come from the Huawei Asia Pacific regional team, and my topic is cybersecurity. And thanks the earlier keynote speaker, I have to say, regarding on the cybersecurity topic, is not only about the cybersecurity crime, attack, or something like that. We also have the cybersecurity ultimate purpose is to safeguard our digital prosperity. So this is our panel's topic. That means the cybersecurity could create value through the data service, through the cybersecurity safeguarding, through the data classification, and also the data quality. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you all the panelists for the introductory remarks. And I think that today we have all the panelists come from various aspects of cybersecurity. And we have from the economy, we have from government agency, from the vendor, also from the bank, the very important institution to keep your asset. So I think today on this panel discussion, we're going to expose what we don't know. As the previous keynote speaker have been mentioned that cybersecurity is an issue that a lot of people might be facing every day, but nobody understands much about it, nobody cares much about it. So today I think I would call that cybersecurity issues like an invisible wall. It's like a wall. It's a wall over there, but you don't know that it's going on. There's a guy that keep protecting our network, but also there's a guy also keep attacking our network without known to us. So let me start the discussion by beginning with the human resource, because I think for our citizens to transform ourselves to become a we call digital society, you need a people who understand a lot about the cybersecurity aspect. So let me begin the question to the first lady on the stage, very beautiful lady and also very smart, Madame Nguyen Somali. She is the Director General of the Institute of Government, Institute of Digital Governance of CATI. Can you share us about the experience that your institution is going to contribute to the development of human resource in terms of cybersecurity? Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, our moderator. Again, when we're talking about human resource, this is what we are doing. As part of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications, we see the previous policy about the building the digital societies. And when we move into the digital societies, there will be a lot of stakeholders. And at the academy, we meet a lot of stakeholders that come to us seeking for a recommendation of human resource in the field of cybersecurity to support the sector. I can raise a quite simple example because we have our partner from bank sector. Yes, very crucial partnership and very, very important sector. They even lack of the certain amount of human resource to support the sector. At CADT, we provide different type of trainings. We have the general training for the degree programs. We have the data science, we have telecoms, we have computer science, telecoms, and also e-commerce. Yet we're planning to open a master degree in cybersecurity next year because we see that in Cambodia, there's no university provide a specialized topic degree. I can see in developing countries, a lot of students will choose to study economics or law degree instead of this specialized skill. And it's relevant to the national policies and mappings because the government will be the main stakeholder to draw the mappings where we are moving to and how to build a human resource for the next 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years. As we would like to transform Cambodia into a fully digital transformation by 2035, we need to start from scratch, like reform of the university curriculums. We don't want students who created from the university in information technology to become the IT user. We want them to become the specialist. They can choose a specialist majors in the university after they graduate their foundation years. This is the starting point. For the, I can't agree anymore with Dr. Wang. He mentioned about the gap of human resource. 74% to fill up the gaps. It takes years, not days. So we need a tiny change from the study curriculums, training of trainers, and then beside the certificate program, the degree program, we need certification programs. And I believe the certification program is also one important key to improve the human resource. We have a lot of training program in Cambodia, I believe, in every institution, but the issues, we don't have the certification center. Yeah, we see like one Cisco, previously they opened the certification center here in Phnom Penh, but now they closed because there's no student who go to certify. They just study and no one go to certify, and the operation cost is too high. So if students want to certify just one specific degree, the program, they need to fly to Bangkok or Singapore to certify one certain. And what if they didn't pass? Yeah. So this is the issue. So I think starting from the specific partnership like bank sector, I don't think it is a good solution that you just go straight and pick up the resources to work in the bank sector. Yeah. So it's starting from investment in the capacity building. You dare to invest, you dare to promote, and it's not just to protect the cybersecurity, to protect your system from attacks. It's not just having a good teams, not just having a good infrastructure or testings. We need the awareness and a good using behaviors of insiders staff inside, because the insider trade also important. So the normal staff in different departments, they have to understand the cybersecurity. So this is we consider as the capacity building and building the human resource as well. So this is just a short capture. So like I said, closing the gap, it takes years, and I fully agree with Dr. Wans. So public and private partnership is quite important, and you need investments and restructure of our education system. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Somali, for your view and for sharing information concerning the plan of Cambodia Academy of Technology, Digital Technology in building the human resource in cybersecurity as presented by Mr. Yi Wan Suk. He mentioned earlier that there's a huge demand in the job in cybersecurity. I think in Japan it's around million or something like that. So I think it's very important that if the academy or the university or institution try to build a lot of human resource specifically on cybersecurity, that would be helpful to push our society become much more advanced. So I think moving apart from the human resource development, we focus on the most important aspect of using the cyber world as well in the bank. As you may know that I think everybody here have a lot of bank app. For me, I have 3 bank app in my mobile phone at the moment. So very important that you have to understand that the bank is working very hard in order to protect the data and also all information concerning their customer. So I think we all know that the bank is working very hard, but we never heard from them. So I would like to ask another smart and beautiful lady, Mrs. Chambulia. Can you share the audience about what are the practice in order to protect the data, to prevent the network from the data breach caused by the hacking or something like that? Can you share us experience? Yeah, please.
Thank you for the question. And it is very important, not either the banking sector and also the private sector. As we can see, and our keynote has mentioned, since the COVID pandemic arrived, we moved from traditional culture living into digital living standard. So the digital data also increasing, and there are essential kind of data like PII, IP or PHI, and especially the financial record. Those kind of things is the fuel in this new economy, in this digital economy. So from the bank perspective, in order to protect such kind of cyber threat that we call a data breach threat, the organization or the bank sector need to have information security program effectively. So let me talk about how the organization or the bank need to implement information security program effectively. First, organization should, that is mandatory and the high demand, that is support from senior management. Without support from senior management, we could not form up the cyber security team as well as to assign the data protection officer or information security infrastructure team, and especially the SOC team in order to respond to such kind of incident happen. Secondly, once we have the cybersecurity team, once we have a good governance, we need to implement information security control. Like Mr. Panadot mentioned, there are few main important that organizations need to consider, like NVC TOMG, or the upcoming cyber law, or sub-degree personal data protection from Ministry of Interior, and as well as the industry framework like NIST, ISO 27001, PCI DSS, as well as the CIS benchmark control. This kind of thing is very essential and baseline that organizations should consider to implement. However, when we have the business, we cannot make it alone, right? So from business to business and from one country to another country, like we need to have consider on data cross-border security requirement, as well as the same for working note mentioned, it is ASEAN Data Management Framework. And before we join from business to business, we also need to conduct risk assessment, third-party risk assessment in order to see that whether our partner has security enough or they also assess us, whether both sides have security in order to join business together. So what I have mentioned is from 1 to 3 is to protect outside the threat. Imagine you already have the high technology to protect your organization, but what happens if your people lack of information security knowledge? Like Madam Somali has mentioned, awareness and training program is important for protect from inside the threat. So organizations need to prepare regularly the awareness program for your employee to know the basic knowledge of cybersecurity. Not enough, right? Even we have technology, we have awareness program, but you need to test what your employee has get, what we have provided to them. So awareness program campaign testing comes in to test the ability to test the knowledge of your employee. So this kind of thing is what the organization or the private sector need to consider. And like, so I may say in short that to have information security program effectively, first one is to have a good governance, to have a good policy and process, in order to keep maintenance. We could not implement it like one time and then stop, right? So PDCA approach is a good approach that we need to follow. Plan, do, check, act. So for organization, I have only this, and let me just sharing a little bit for individual that you all may already know, and it is very common for the individual in order to protect your data, your financial, your money. So you need to understand the behavior of attacker. Is social engineering attack is the common thing that the attacker or criminal do it in order to steal your data. No one protect your asset but you yourself. So social engineering attack like last one will be so many message from my friend, send the phishing attack, the smishing to get your personal information. So this kind of thing you need to aware. And one more thing, you need to practicing the cyber security in your daily life. Like you wash your body, you do it daily, right? So the same thing for adapting the security culture, you need to practicing in daily, like you need to enable your firewall, you need to use two-factor authentication, set a proper privacy setting, as well as to avoid public Wi-Fi or unsecure Wi-Fi. And lastly, we may know the Zero Trust framework. Everywhere for cyber event, they talk about Zero Trust. So never trust and always verify. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chombolet, for very informative explanation, especially about the last word. Try to avoid this. If you don't trust, then don't do it. That's it. I think now I would like to conclude some discussion about cybersecurity in the bank I would like to ask Mr. Ki Seng Hat from the Sthapana Bank, because Mrs. Chombolet talking about the best practice in order to prevent the data breach. Now I think you might have a lot of experience in managing the banking network, banking infrastructure. So can you tell us what is your challenge to stop the cyber attack into the system in your bank? Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for the good question. So yeah, actually, as a cybersecurity professional, we always face a lot of challenge, and the challenge is not we fix one and then the new one coming out. So this is the challenge that sometimes we need to have a word like long life learning. So from cybersecurity professional, we need to keep learning, and we study about the attack surface, we study about new attack vector that coming from. Back to our experience, some of the challenges we may face in people, process, and technology. So all these main things happen not only in banking sector, but it also has some challenges in other non-financial sector as well. So let's talk about the people. We need to have the knowledge people to manage the cybersecurity platform. We need to have a good user, because the good user are the weakness point that attacker usually attack to us. So we need to educate them, provide the security awareness to them, and ensure they are not fall down in some time. So this is about the people that we need to ensure we have a good people, we have a good end user as well. And talking about the process, we need to think about some processes that already in place in our organization. Just one example, maybe most of the people prefer to use Telegram, WhatsApp in the communication of work and business. But sometimes we need to think, this is not our platform. This is the outside platform that hosts on the cloud. So we need to think about the data that we transfer from our business to the partner. If the platform has a weakness and the attacker has compromised the platform, our data also gone, right? So this is something we need to think about the process that we already have in place, or we going to have a new process in place. And talking about technology, this is the challenge one that most of the organizations face, I think, because the technology to secure your environment, to secure your business is not cheap. It's not like we come to the market and then pick one. It's not easy like that. We need to evaluate. Some of the technology has some benefit and also has some disadvantage as well. So we need to be careful, look at what is our requirement and what is the benefit, advantage, features of the technology that could provide to meet our requirement. So this is something that we need to look after. And costing, yes, it's a lot. For financial sector, I think they have some budget to manage that. But for non-financial sector, it's not easy for them, I know. So something that we can start from the scratch as well. Let's say we look at to the standard framework. For me, I would propose CIS top 10, which is the first fundamental security principle that we need to implementation. And then you could look at into other standard like ISO 27001 or NIST cybersecurity framework. And sometimes if you are the industry in the part of card payment industry, you can consider PCI DSS and PIN security. There is the framework to provide the security for your card and card information and card data. So this is all the challenge that we face. And moving forward, I think one more thing that is very important as well, we need collaboration. Collaboration is something that we need to work together in order to fight back the cybercrime. We cannot work alone. This one word that mentioned about if we want to go fast, we can go alone. But if we want to go far and long, we need to go together. This is something that we need to address together among the ecosystem of the cybersecurity, like from the individual business to other business, from the business to the regulator, and from the regulator to another regional or government body. This is something that we need to work together in order to fight back to the cyber criminal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ki Seng Ha, for a very expertise answer to the question and share to us about the experience that you have been used in your organization. I think let's move to another aspect of cybersecurity. I think everybody here might not know about, maybe only me, I don't know, that the data is stored somewhere. People think about the cloud, about something like that. But I think some of us might think that data might store your phone, or only maybe on the cloud, and then the cloud may be on Skype, something like that. Actually, I think all the data is stored in the data center. And I think joining here today, we have one of the leading company in terms of data center from Capstar. And I would like to ask Mr. Wong Teo Kiet about your company, because I think the data are very important, because everybody we are talking here, all the bank, other government agency, that data will be moved to the data center. So can you share us your mechanism or management aspect in order to keep the data in your data centers safe and without any breach, without any data breach? Can you share us about your management and technical experience on that? Yeah,
thank you. Okay, I think I spoke about data center, I spoke about secure, resilient data center in the morning. So I'm going to share my experience I have in Singapore 30 years about all these data centers, cybersecurity and so on. I manage a data center at about 100,000 square feet. I handle total about 3,000 to 4,000 racks that comprises from a lot of the banks, government agencies, SME, and other organizations. They actually host their servers in the data center. So imagine the kind of skill that you need to make sure that how can I protect all these data systems within my data centers. Now, very important, in order to do that, cybersecurity, crime, they evolve, it's like changing landscape, they change. As they change, we also need to make sure that we have a pool of people, talent people with experience, who will constantly be updating with industry happening, whatever. We also have, like what we mentioned, cybersecurity ethical hackers, all the certified practitioners, not just on theory. We are taking hackers, ethical hackers, I call them, the certified, security experts that we hands-on experience. Now, in order to protect, we need to understand the risk perspective. How can they actually hack into our system? Where are our risks? Imagine we have thousands and thousands of racks, thousands and thousands of servers. So where the loophole? So we understand the pattern of how the cybersecurity comes in. They always look for hole, gaps, and so on that it can come in. Like what was mentioned this morning. I can have a very beautiful house. I can lock it. But what happens if your window just leave a gap and open? I will penetrate in. So we talk about, we have to do regular, we call it VAPT tests, vulnerability penetration assessment testings. Now I ask a lot of people, what is this about? Do you know? When we talk about VAPT, what exactly is VAPT? I mentioned earlier this morning also, a lot of them will tell you, okay, I done this part of the IP addresses, this range, I'm safe. But exactly what is it? Now, in order to do a more complete VAPT, we're looking at the internal VAPT. That means within the organizations, can I actually do a penetration into your systems and so on, to penetrate in? Are there any gaps? I call it internal pen test. The other pen test that we do is, I'm going to come in from external, not within the organization. Can I access through the internet, going into a system, your servers into a system? Now, beside the external, actually I've done this external pen test even from overseas. So we have clients in overseas, but when we do the penetration test, we did it from Singapore. From Singapore, can I access to the system overseas? That is called the external pen test. Now, for the attacker to come in, it can also come from your web. Is your web design improper? Can I come in through a website and so on, even though you secure a service? Right. Now, not forgetting that also, not just internal system. What about your router configuration, your firewall policies and so on? If these are not being protected, again, the hacker will know how to steal and where it comes in. So are we doing all this diligently and so on to complete? Honestly speaking, through my experience, when I did a pen test for one of the organizations, you'll be surprised. There are more than 10,000 gaps, vulnerabilities. How do we protect? And we all know the attack is not about when it will never come, it's when it comes. By putting a very safe cybersecurity to protect the server, the system, the data within the data center, we had to do very regular exercises. But who can assess whether we are improper? That's why I think the government policies comes in very important. The internal compliance officer comes in very important. Where we do the assessment, they will come in to do the assessment, where the gaps. If we have gaps, have we actually rectified it and so on? Now, the important part, we also mentioned about human capitals. Do we have the specialized people to do all this and so on? Not only on the cybersecurity experts, about the compliance officers as well. Do they know what to assess? And I realized that when they ask a compliance officer and an internal auditor to assess, you know what happened? What to assess? They will ask you, how to assess? What compliance, what standard do I assess? And that another layer of issues and so on. Now you also realize that in many organizations, we are just firefighting. All right, like what Dr. Wang had mentioned. We are firefighting and so on, we got no time to look at it and so on. That's why a lot of time when we do pen tests, we are doing partial. The hacker will know that you do partial. The one that is not done, they will come and hack in. As I also mentioned, landscape has changed. Our expert team will need to constantly refresh themselves to be able to cope up with this according to the government policies, Cybersecurity Act, Penetration Act, TRM and so on. How can we protect? Now what we're doing is about defense. Can we actually have something, we call it the Cyber Incident Response Plan. Now we can know that whatever that we do, if it comes, are we ready to respond, to prevent it from getting further, and able to understand where are the data breaches, where are the data losses, can we repatch it and so on. This is what we need to do, and so in order to make sure our data, our system are protected from any cybercrime. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr. Wong, for a very good answer to the question. And you catch the point that you need a plan to respond for organization. Also, the government policy have take place. But I catch one point that you say about that. There also the need to do some kind of compliance test. The need some kind of certification, something like that. So, talking about certification, I think you may know that in the presentation of Mr. Yi Wan-suk this morning, he mentioned about the failure of one GBA equipment cost they made to one of the top company in Korea called Kakao Talk. They cost lost around $20 million, just one damage. But the issue is that the stock market price of the company lost $2.5 billion. So it's very important about the hardware and the technology you use. So that's why you're talking about the compliance, about certification. I would like to ask gentleman, Mr. Lee Hai from Huawei. I think because you are the manufacturer of the technology as well as the equipment for all of them. So can you share us whether the certification and the compliance test what will be 100% ensure that the cybersecurity is the safety network is 1% unattackable or what? Can you explain us? Yeah.
About the standards and certification?
Yes, standard and
the
certification,
okay.
yes.
Firstly, I have to say frankly, there is no absolute 100% of security in all areas in the world. For example, when we are driving on the road, on the way, when we are sailing in the sea, when we have the flight in the sky. So this question is about how can we find a balance between the security requirements and the security investment cost And the final solution of the security solution is what? Is to, I just want to mean the final solution of the security is to meet the cost effectiveness requirements and to comply with the requirement from the government regulators, and also the ultimate purpose and value of the security solution is to safeguard our life, to safeguard our digital economy. Yeah, and then all stakeholders from the RCT industry, we would to build an open, transparent, and responsible manner to address the cybersecurity challenges and opportunities. You know, this is two hands. One is the opportunities, another hand is challenges. And back to the question, there is no 100% security in all areas. That means we have to address these situations together, just like the gentleman and the lady said. We not only need the standards, we not only need the certifications, we still need the human resource experts and the talent cultivation adapted to the digital economy. And especially like the Mr. O said, our government, Cambodia, is working on the cybersecurity policies, laws, standards. This is most important one. That means the governors could take the lead to formulating the cybersecurity governance rules, standards, and to safeguard our digital economy development. So back to the point, cut to chase, I want to say we want to facilitate and to find a balanced solution between the cybersecurity issues and the development. That means the development and the security perspective. This is a balanced solution. Not only the crime attacks, we still need the life to be more beautiful. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much for a very good answer. I think you already mentioned there is no 100% guarantee that if your network has been certified and you have an expert in cybersecurity that have certification from some institution, and then your network 100% safe. But you need a kind of balance between the development of technology and the self-assessment and some kind of practice to protect the network. So I think let's move to the last panelist of this discussion, that from the law enforcement agency. You might know that we have a lot of discussion about cybercrime, a lot of discussion about cyber criminal, but sorry about cyber incident that happen every day. But we want also to hear about the effort of the law enforcement agency in order to protect and their contribution to the defend our cyberspace as well. So I would like to ask, joining here on the stage, Major General Kum Sraywood. Can you share us what is the most cybercrime that you face in your daily work every day? What is the most happened cybercrime and cyber incident that your agency have faced so far in Cambodia? Please.
Hello. Thank you for these questions. Currently, as a Ministry of Interior, also the police officer authority who is responsible for combating cybercrime. Currently, with the fast development of this information technology, digital economy societies, we see a lot of attacks going on, start to emerge in Cambodia. But unluckily, we also face challenges, especially cybercrime. How is it related to cybersecurity? Because the security breach can cause cybercrime. So back to the questions, what are the crimes that we currently experience most? So nowadays, I think we're going to see in the future as well, the crime that we are going to see most and what we have been receiving complaints from our people. First is the users and identity hijackings. So simply somebody log into your users, control your users, or using some social engineering method to get your user account, controlling your bank account, and then performing some cyber criminal case. This is what we call users and identity hijackings. Another one is financial frauds. Commonly we see nowadays. I believe you guys also see it on Facebook, on social medias about that. After that, we're gonna see sex extortion, pornographies. We're gonna see illegal online gambling and so forth. Right. So top crime that we experience is user identity fraud, identity hijacking, financial frauds. Right. And I would like to add to this question is that we are also facing challenge on cybersecurity. This challenge has caused cybercrime. First, fast developments, fast adoption of technologies, but our people is still lack of knowledge on how to protect themselves, how to be resilient to those cyber attacks and cyber threats. Right? You accidentally give the password and token to the other people, and then they use your bank account, they log into your bank account, transfer the money out in different pictures, right? So the challenge is our people, our citizen has little awareness of cybersecurity, little knowledge on cybersecurity and how to protect themselves. Also, cybersecurity and technology is quite new to Cambodia. Our officers, even our staff, still experience the issue, still experience the breach, right? So, all of these challenges we often meet then related to cybercrime usually is because of human errors. Technology is one thing, but human error is mostly common since when we are combating the crime, when we do our investigations. So thank you for our colleagues here, public and private sectors collaborating with us quite well recently. What the ministry is doing is that we are working on regulations step by step. As you may know from our keynote speakers, we presented about management, sub-degree on management and protection of personal data. Also, we are working on drafting cybercrime laws, and we are working with other ministries, especially our leading ministry here, on different law that just recently issued. Another thing, we also currently doing the cybersecurity training for our new recruit police officers. And last but not least, what we can do, I think the most important thing is to increase the awareness for our citizens. I think I'm also asking for collaborations and encourage our public and private partnership to increase awareness and in Cambodian language to our people, our citizens, so they might understand more about how to protect themselves. Normally, Ministry of Interior, we do this poster and video published through our social medias, telling residents and people about the incident currently happened and current cyber threat hacking case happened. So to conclude, I think the most crime we made is identity fraud and financial fraud. And we have some challenges that we have to address together. Thank you.
Thank you, Master General Kim Srevut, for the answer to the question. I think now I'm told by the organizer that we don't have enough time now. So my apologize that I cannot take the question from the audience. So, but all the panelists are still here. If you have any question, you can go straight to them and ask them directly. So I think you have time sometime out down the stage here. Yep. Oh, still a question. So okay, so I think maybe one question. Yeah, one question for, please, you can ask. Yeah.
Okay, my name Wisat from Hattha Bank. Yes, so I would like to hear. We hear a lot of cyber security, and we hear about a lot of loss that if there is something lost in terms of data, in terms of information that leaks to outside, and with calculation with a lot of $1 million. But I'm thinking that when we talk about how we prevent it, and look into one example that we build the car, and then we always say that the car that go faster, speed up for 100 miles just only 2 or 3 seconds. So because of they have the good brakes, and look into the cyber security, I do not hear about the cyber insurance that in our country do not yet introduced in the market. When we lost a lot of money with the cyber security, how can the cover by the cyber insurance? So it is a part of help that can not just only for the bank, but also from other sector that can have in terms of you are lost a lot of money in terms of the cyber security. Because I hear the panel discussion also talk about a lot of loss, but not talk about the insurance.
Thank you very much. So your question is about cybersecurity insurance service, right?
Yeah.
For example, like if there's an attack on the net infrastructure and then the owner infrastructure pay for the cyber insurance fee so that there's some big compensation, something like that, right?
Yeah, look like.
Okay.
Because the bank look like they try to prevent they prevent the risk by their own.
Okay.
They try to cover the money for the customer, but if we try to transfer the risk to the insurance, it's a part of the.
Okay, so Mr. Parat, can you answer the question, or Mr. Yi? I think you have a lot of experience on that. Can you answer the question?
Okay. Cybersecurity insurance, that's a very, very difficult issue. For insurance companies, in order for insurance companies to come up with an insurance program, they have to have a lot of data to study. They have to build up the data for each different attack cases and how much damages were caused because of the cyber attacks. And so far, there wasn't that many companies who have experienced cyber attacks to share those information with the insurance companies. In Korea, we are still working on it. We've been working on this more than 5 years ago that I can remember. And there are companies that provide cybersecurity insurances. I think many US-based insurance companies have the program. I think Japanese have one, and Korea is building one of the security insurance programs at the moment. So it's still working process. And also, it depends on the attacks, what kind of data they have, what kind of systems they have, and it all depends on those many, many different factors. So in order to have insurance programs in Cambodia, I think insurance companies have to have a lot of data that they need to study in the first place. And before the insurances, I wanted to make a comment about the service level agreement. We have not talked about service level agreements. A lot of companies are using data centers and they're making transitions to the cloud services. The one that I had mentioned about KakaoTalk incidences, Kakao servers were located in the data center, but the fire was because of the battery of the UPS products. The taxi driver who were using Kakao transportation service lost 90% of his daily earning. Who is going to be responsible and make a compensation for his loss? That's the service level agreements you need to consider in the future. If you are making a transition into the cloud services, depending on the IaaS, PaaS SAS or SECAS, there are multiple parties that are playing roles and providing services. You have to define the roles and responsibilities, and when the incident occurs, who is actually going to take the responsibility of each situations. So the companies who is making transition into the data center or cloud services study service level agreements and sign SLAs before actually signing the contract. Thank you.
May I add something? Yeah, I think if you have cyber insurance, I'm worried about the risk because if you rely too much on cyber risk insurance, I'm not sure how many organizations will put a very stringent cybersecurity in place. I'd like what you mentioned. I think a lot of the companies in Singapore, we actually dependent on the service level agreement that require the service providers to put very stringent kind of the cybersecurity in place to make sure that it is uptime and so on. Now, if you feel that service agreement, then the cloud providers or the data center providers will need to pay the kind of compensations. So that's my worry. So we cannot be too dependent on the cyber insurance.
Yeah, maybe I just add another part of cyber insurance issue. It's talking about legal perspective. You know, it's hard to define cyber attack itself. What we define cyber attack in terms of professional, we think it's different. Legal is another different matter. One is what is cyber attack? You know, the other one is the threshold itself. What attack is considered is a cyber attack? Hack your email is a cyber attack, or until hack your data is cyber attack. So that is still blurring around the corner that make the cyber insurance really hard itself. For example, another one, during the attack, NotPetya attack WannaCry of the ransomwares that affect the MERS, the biggest shipping companies. Until now, it's not setting down yet about the cyber insurance because there is a question, it consider a cyber war or it just a spill effect from attack someone and then spill effect to your company. That's really complicated, so I don't think it's happening in Cambodia soon for this kind of cyber insurance. Yeah, just like that.
Thank you very much. So I think we have to conclude the session right now due to the time constraint. My apologies again to all of those of you who want to ask a question. And so finally, please give a big round of applause for all the panelists here on the stage. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator and panelists for your very, very insightful panel discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached to the closing ceremony. May I invite His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please remain on your seat. Thank you. His Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached to the closing ceremony of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022, presided by His Excellency Kate Sethabundit Chom Prasad, Senior Minister, Minister of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations. So please remain on your seat. Thank you. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please stand up to welcome His Excellency Kate Sethabundit Chom Prasad, Senior Minister, Minister of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations. Please. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we have reached to the closing ceremony of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022. In this regard, I would like to take this opportunity to invite His Excellency Dr. Kanchan Mehta, Secretary of State of Ministry of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations on stage to wrap up the 3-day activity of the Cambodia Tech Expo 2022. Please.
Song Group Adam Kites Tham Đất John Prasit ទេសរដ្ឋមន្ត្រីរដ្ឋមន្ត្រីក្រសួងឧស្សាហកម្មវិទ្យាសាស្ត្របច្ចេកវិទ្យានិងនវានុវត្តន៍ Good morning, Excellencies, លោកជំទាវ Ladies and gentlemen. Let me, first of all, let me thank on behalf of General Department of STI and the organizing team, let me express our deepest gratitude to Excellency Senior Minister Kete Sathamandit John Prasit for gracing us and for your endorsement to organize this Tech Expo and also your valuable time for gracing us to join the opening ceremony of the ASEAN Public-Private Sector Dialogue on 10 afternoon, the opening ceremony of CTX on 11 afternoon, and the closings this morning. CTX is the event which has been endorsed by our Samdech Prime Minister as the side event of the 40 and 41st ASEAN Summit and related summit as Cambodia, to honor Cambodia as the chairman of the ASEAN, to welcome our distinguished guests from the ASEAN, FTA, ASEAN Plus, and development partners, including dialogue partners. The idea of CTX was coming from with the endorsement from His Excellency Senior Minister last December 2021. So we have been working for 1 year, almost 1 year, to be here today. And without His Excellency Senior Minister support, without His Excellency Cabinet Speaker, Deputy Prime Minister Onbom Nirawat, Minister of Economic and Finance support, and with all of sponsors, partners, teams, I don't think we can make it today. The event has been divided into 4 forums. So we have public-private sector roundtable discussion. We have startup stage. We have, for the first time, we have fintech stage with us, which is separately organized but under the same umbrella of the CTX by the Ministry of Economy and Finance. And we have the main stage, which is we are here now, focusing on policy and regulatory frameworks. I just would like to, as we don't have much time, all the contents of the 3 days and a half are recorded and are published on the website of Cambodia Tech Expo. This time, we would like to keep our memory. This time, we would like to keep our contents, which would be shared for our students, our high school students who are off for 3 days because of the ASEAN Summit, so they can come back to have a look on our website. Our participants, our government officer, our private sector, who are not able to join the event could also be watching their contents from their personal computer or from their home. So this is the new platform that we are establishing to make sure that all the contents, all the views, all the opinions which have been shared during the 3 days and a half could be reached definitely to our audience, targeted audience. Many topics, but the theme is the same. From the ASEAN Summit, from the theme of the chairman of the ASEAN, and the theme of the CTX is the same. But we narrow down a bit to only one aspect that has been raised during the 4 forums is about tech talents. 3 years ago, 2019, one topic has been raised. It was digital skills. It was before the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation was established. Today, 3 years later, we aim a bit higher because several policies have been in place during COVID-19, including STI Roadmap 2030, Digital Economy and Society Development Framework is a long-term strategy, 2021-2035, that all the participants can have a look at around the artwork. They can know the knowledge, they can learn, they can know what is the roadmap, what is the digital economy and society, and also there are a few roadmaps related to edutech, agri-tech, and health tech. Tech talent is needed. Tech talent development framework is needed. I just would like to take the opportunity of the presence of His Excellency Senior Minister to task DGSTI, and we will be working together with the private sector, who are our sponsor today, to develop the long-term tech talent development framework by inviting also the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Labor and Vocational Training, private sector who are present here today, academia who are supporting STI, to jointly develop this framework to make sure that it would be contributed to the shortage to fulfill the lack of one among others, one of pillar related to digital citizen of digital economy and society framework. This would be helping Cambodia and our royal government of Cambodia under Samdech Techo Prime Minister to make sure that we would realize the digital transformation by 2035 to be in upper and middle income country by 2030 and high income country by 2050. This is the first one I would like to seek the approval from His Excellency Senior Minister. We need to work together to address this challenge by developing the long-term framework for tech talents. Second point, related to collaboration. 5 pillars of the STI roadmap. The first one, governance. Second one, education. The third one, R&D. Fourth one, collaboration. And the fifth one, ecosystem. Collaboration and R&D are the key of the success to we heard many speakers, keynote speakers, honorable speakers raise about the collaboration and coordination, how we address this together. Ecosystem, we are here today. This is the real ecosystem which is supported by the 9 line ministries, and we would need to enhance collaboration with the line and coordination with the line ministries to make sure that tech is the core in digital transformation. The third one about tax. We have been addressing yesterday afternoon with the presence of His Excellency Kong Vibol, Minister Delegate attached to the Prime Minister, and Director General of Tax was coming to honor us, and he was welcomed by our startup. He support innovation, and he agreed to be sitting with startup company to address the taxation issues. For those who have raised the problem, the issues about taxation, which is the barrier of your innovations? Which is the barrier of your imitation? Imitation or innovation? Please, we will establish, I just would like to briefly inform our Senior Minister that His Excellency Kong Vibol agreed to meet the startup to address this issue. So these are the 3 points I would like to highlight, and would like to seek the approval from His Excellency Senior Minister. I would like to be short and brief on this matter. Once again, we would like to thank all participants, all sponsors and partners, and in particular His Excellency Senior Minister for being with us this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Kanchan Mehta, for your impressive wrap-up. Next, before we move on to the next session, may I request the honor of His Excellency and ladies and gentlemen for our team to arrange the stage. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to invite His Excellency Kate Setha Bandit Chomprasit, Senior Minister, Minister of Industry, Science, Technology and Innovations, to deliver his closing remark. Please.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have always the awkward task to talk to you when you are hungry. Last time was at dinner, today at lunchtime, and it is 1 o'clock now. I know that normally hungry stomach do not open the ears. So nevertheless, I hope they're a little bit open just to listen to my final comment on this occasion. I would like, first of all, to congratulate all the staff and the organizing committee for making this event a wonderful one. I hope everybody enjoy it. I would like to commend the line ministries, to commend the panelists and the moderators for the excellent job and excellent input to this event. As I mentioned, this is one of the biggest events that we have organized so far in terms of expo on technology, or science, technology, and innovation. It is important that we recall that it's not an easy task to get everybody on board. As Excellency Kanchan Mehta has mentioned, this was programmed 1 year ahead. I hope that now that is going to the end of the event, I hope there is not too many shortcomings that we have to learn and not to repeat at next year's event. If possible, we would like to see you all back again and see what were the difference, what were the progress that we would achieve in 1 year. But we have to talk that this is an ASEAN event, a side event of the ASEAN Summit. And for that reason, addressing together all the challenges that ASEAN is facing is a common task for all of us. And the partners of ASEAN, dialogue partners of ASEAN, have to join hands as well. What is important here to see that through the wrapping up of Excellency Kanchan Mehta, he has raised 3 issues. I give my blessing for these 3 issues so that you can proceed with that and follow up. But what is important is here that we have to see that there are a lot of new comments and ideas that were suggested during all the panel discussions. As Excellency Kanchan Mehta has mentioned, all your ideas are recorded and videotaped. So they are going to be reproduced on our website, but I told also my colleagues that we have to have video clips and go on YouTube. And the world would listen to you, would hear you, listen to your comment. And maybe there would be comment coming back so that we could be enriched by those who have been able to listen to us. Nevertheless, it's a pleasure and honor for me to be here with you. This time, the event is bigger, but it brings not only policy makers and the private sector from Cambodia, but also from the region to discuss about how we can act together to address the challenges, and especially through talents, which is the theme of our event. It's clearly an effectively timely topic, not only for Cambodia, but for other countries around the world as well. Currently, the world is facing many complicated issues. Indeed, although the COVID-19 crisis has worn out significantly, a full recovery from the crisis is yet an imagination. And this crisis has also widened the gap between developed and developing countries. While many countries, including Cambodia, have reopened the country and resumed its socio-economic activities, we still see that some developing countries continue to be confronted with the spread of COVID-19, as well as the barriers in accessing to vaccine and needed resources in the fight against COVID-19. Some have even fallen into deeper economic crisis and social unrest. In parallel, the outbreak of the Ukraine war has brought about